that maybe think, I don't need money, that this is not going to be applicable to you. So just wanted to kind of go and set the scene a little bit around that. So yeah, if we can go to the next slide, thank you. So again, because we are investors, we of course are looking at the find part very much as how do we as investors find the best companies. And again, as an entrepreneur, if you are looking for an investor, what kind of investor are you looking for? What kind of investor is applicable to you, and how would you kind of go about this? So the first kind of half an hour today is really going to be talking about this, because there are actually certain tricks, and we find quite often that when we talk to entrepreneurs that there are certain things that they just simply didn't know. I mean, the first one, of course, is depending what kind of growth stage your business is, only a certain kind of investor is going to be applicable. So if you are just starting, if you just have an idea, if you are really at this absolute early stage, kind of idea stage, seed stage thing, to be honest, most likely it's going to be you who has to kind of go and finance it, and then the famous family fools and kind of friends who kind of go and have to do this. And then when you slowly start getting some traction, we will talk about what traction actually means. It will then kind of go and start moving up to some really angel funding. Then the more you kind of go and start gaining traction, then comes the venture capital stage. And then again, in venture capital, you've got the seed stage investors, you've got the growth stage investors, and then you've got the late stage investors, or as they call them in the US, for example, the seeds, the Series A, the Series B, and so on and so on. So again, that all comes down. Government has a lot of kind of money available, normally comes with strings attached. I mean, everything comes with strings attached, but particularly on the very, very early stage kind of R&D kind of sides, there's money there as well. And the more you kind of go and start becoming more profitable, then private equity and the banks and those kind of financing mechanisms kind of go and start coming in. So why we're going to go and put this kind of slide up is because we find it sometimes quite interesting when people kind of approach us, for example, and send us an email and saying, Dear Knife Capital, this is my business. Can you please go and give us 5 million rand and be paid back in 2 years at prime +2. You see, we are not a bank. This is not what it's all about. So you need to kind of go and really understand what kind of growth phase are you in, and then therefore who to kind of go and start approaching. Can we go to the next slide, please? This slide, I'm not going to go and talk you through, but I really want, because we are sharing all the information with you, I really want you to kind of go and have a look at this slide in detail, because it's actually a fantastic tool that shows which stage you are kind of in, and then what kind of investment should be applicable to you, and what your business should kind of go and look like. So for example, if you are looking at stage 5, so that is when you should be talking about starting to approach kind of VC. At that point of time, your team should have a certain kind of format, you should have a certain value proposition, the product should be at a certain maturity state, this is what your market should look like, and this is kind of, so it actually is a really, really kind of cool tool to just kind of go and assess where you are as a business, who you should be approaching as an investor, and what those investors expect you as a business to kind of go and look like. So I'm really not going to go into the detail, but it's a fantastic tool that we found, and just gives a nice little overview of potentially what things should kind of go and look like. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So what are VCs looking for an investment? An exciting venture that matches the investment mandate. And if you kind of go and think about this, and I think that is something that's really, really important, is this whole thing about an investment mandate. And again, I think that is where so many entrepreneurs get it wrong, because they don't understand investment mandate. As Knife Capital, we have been given money by our investors, and they have told us very clearly, you are allowed to invest in a certain kind of company. And if a company does not match this investment mandate, doesn't matter how much we like the company, it doesn't matter how much we like the entrepreneurs, how much we see the opportunity, we are simply not allowed to kind of go and look at this kind of company. So for example, we as NAV Capital are not allowed to kind of go and look at a company that is not registered in South Africa. It can be the most amazing thing, but if you, for whatever kind of reason, have registered your company in Delaware, then at the moment, we cannot kind of go and invest in you. It also comes back to, for example, what kind of sector. So, for example, we are not allowed to invest in companies that are in the so-called sin sectors, so alcohol, tobacco, and so on. Can't do this. Doesn't matter how fantastic this next gin business is, and I would love to kind of go and do this, and I can see the opportunity, but we can't. So investment mandates are something that is super important. And normally when you kind of go onto the website of a VC, it should kind of go and be used to what they can kind of go and invest in. So for example, again, we normally don't invest lower than 5 million rand, and we can kind of go up to, let's say, 40 million rand. If a company kind of comes to us and says, I'm looking for 1 million, it's simply from a NAV Capital point of view outside of our mandate, and therefore we really can't kind of go and do this. So a lot of companies approach us, and we'll get to that later on, and are outside of this investment mandate. So you need to really kind of go and understand, within this investment mandate, we are looking for the most exciting companies. And what does it actually then also look like? Everybody always says it's about the team. And to be honest, it really, really is. So if we don't feel that the entrepreneur or the management team is capable and has got the right mindset for this long journey of building a successful, scalable business, well, then that's a problem. So we're looking for strong entrepreneurs, strong management teams, naturally a great product and service, because if you don't have anything that kind of differentiates you, and if you're not better than everybody else, it's not going to be worth it. A large addressable market. It needs to be a scalable business model. And this is quite often something that entrepreneurs struggle to kind of go and articulate. What exactly is our business model and how can we scale it? You need to have a competitive advantage. If you're just another me too, it's going to be a problem. Company culture is absolutely key, because company culture is the one thing that you can't really fix with money. So it needs to be kind of there. It needs to be a culture that excites everybody to be part of it, to kind of go and overachieve and give the best. You need to be able, and you need to prove that you are able to execute. You can be the best strategist and have the most amazing kind of ideas of what you want to do. If you can't actually do it, it's a problem. And as investors, we want to kind of go and see this. And there needs to be an exit strategy. If we don't know how to, at the end, realize our money, and there are different ways of doing this. If we don't know how to realize our returns, if there is no exit strategy for us as an investor, not necessarily for you as an entrepreneur, then again, it becomes a problem. So these are the things that we as VCs are really looking for. Now, there is always a reason why Kiert asked me to kind of go and do this part of the presentation, because as the German, I always have to be the bearer of bad news. So there are some disturbing facts. There are, unfortunately, some harsh truths to the investment kind of environment. Investors only invest in about 1% of the companies that approach them. So out of 100, so I say 99 times no before I say 1 times yes. And it is not nice when you kind of go to certain events and you kind of go and look around and you see all the people that you have said no to. But the real point is that there's only a limited amount of money. There's only a limited amount of capacity as a team to kind of go and deal with. And we are really looking for, and when I say we, I'm talking about investors in general. We are looking for those most amazing kind of companies that really can kind of go and take their business to the next level. And we have to be very, very selective. So you have to be really in the top 1%. You need to really be that kind of company to kind of go and get funding. The same is, and that speaks back to the investment manager I was talking about, is what you have to offer, irrespective of how fantastic this is, will only be of interest or within the mandate of a very, very few investors. And you need to kind of go and find them. So if you are in a very specific sector, for example, you need to find those investors who invest in the sectors. And if you are outside of that mandate of others, you will guaranteed go and get in there. So a big part of the homework of finding investors is to understand which group of investors are the one where what you offer and where you are from a company stage point of view and from the amount of money that you're looking for, who are the few where there is a direct fit. And these are the ones that you have to kind of go and approach. If you kind of approach others, then to be honest, it's kind of guaranteed that you're going to go and get a no. So this whole match is super, super important. Being good is simply not good enough. That again comes back to the 1%. We see a lot of good businesses, but because we have, as I said, only a limited amount of money and limited amount of time, we are looking for the fantastic ones, the one that actually can kind of go and take things to the next level. And so many times people come to us and saying, but my business is good. And we have to agree with them. Their business is good, but good is not good enough. And that comes back to quite a lot of people approach us and they have a good product. We look at this and say, well, this is absolutely fantastic. I mean, this is just something that could potentially change the world, but it is a good product. Maybe it is far too expensive to kind of go and produce this or whatever. Good product does not always mean that it is a good business. And then that's the hardest part. A lot of people approach investors and they have a real good business. It's profitable, it's doing well, it has a solid customer base, but it's not a good investment. Meaning, you can't really kind of go and scale the business, or there is simply not a clear kind of exit kind of route for us, or there are certain reasons why you as the owner can potentially make a hell of a lot of money. It can be a fantastic lifestyle business, but it simply is not a VC fundable investment. And that is always the hardest part, when we have to kind of go and talk to entrepreneurs and tell them, yes, you have a great business, but you're not a great investment. And so it's all these kind of nuances that unfortunately kind of define whether you are actually successful in raising funding or whether you're not successful. And quite often as entrepreneurs, you are not good at articulating that you are more than good and that you are actually a good investment and not just a good business. So just something to kind of go and keep in mind. Going back to this, why are we only investing in about 1% of the companies that approach us? If you kind of go and look at this kind of funnel picture, unfortunately, 75% of the companies that approach investors for funding get an immediate no, simply because they don't match the funding mandate. Now that of course means a lot of time on the investor side, because they still have to kind of go and look at all of this and then send those terrible thank you but no thank you kind of emails. But it's also very, very hard, of course, for entrepreneurs when they kind of go and send out their pitch deck. They now hope they're going to go and get a meeting and they get those emails. But in hindsight, is that if they had done their homework, and if they had kind of go and looked at this mandate match, they could have avoided this kind of disappointment. So 75% of all the companies that approach us, there's simply kind of no match. Then out of those 25 that actually matches, we go and look at it, we look at the business, we look at the pitch deck that they send us, and normally we meet with a bit less than half of them, because we kind of look at it and say, well, that's actually interesting. So 10% of the companies, they actually kind of go and we have a coffee meeting with them, which is normally really just tell us a little bit more, we want to get to know the entrepreneurs. With half of them, we kind of say, okay, let's go and dig a little bit deeper. And then after maybe 2 or 3 meetings, get to the point and if asked for more information, we say, okay, fine. We now want to kind of go and look a little deeper. We want to kind of go and potentially make you a kind of non-binding kind of letter of intent kind of offer. But for this, we need information. And here we normally kind of go and ask for a limited set of documents. And again, it is quite interesting how often we see that entrepreneurs are unprepared. So they have approached investors. They want to kind of go and want funding. But when we say, okay, can you please send us your financials and a high-level competitor analysis and maybe a breakdown of your customers? They can't do this. Then they have to tell us, well, okay, sorry, give us 2 or 3 weeks and we will go and compile all of this. Which at that point of time, we somehow, a lot of investors kind of lose interest because it's like you haven't prepared for what you want to kind of go and do. Well, then we go through the whole due diligence process, and at the end comes, of course, the legal closing and the negotiations, where a lot about this is really, what are the terms that will govern our relationship for the next 5, 6, 7 years? And again, entrepreneurs need to be realistic about what this is and what is going to happen. I mean, what are the rights that they're going to give away? And we are going to talk about this, of course, now in the next few hours. But right at the end, so this is the whole kind of process. And at the end, that's it. It's about 1%. It's about 1 out of 100 that we actually kind of go and do invest in. And well, then comes the champagne to kind of go and celebrate the next part of the journey. We go to the next. So very, very often entrepreneurs ask us, where do you find deals? How do we kind of go and get in touch with you? So the South African Venture Capital Association, that we also kind of go and belong to, did a survey a few years ago where they really went to all the investors and said, please tell us all the deals that you have done, where did the deals come from? And interestingly, 93% of all deals come through network. So therefore, if you are an entrepreneur and you are looking to go and approach investors, your by far biggest chance of actually getting a meeting is if you can somehow build either a personal relationship with the investor that you're looking for, or whether you can get an introduction by someone who is in the closer network of this investor. And that is just the way, unfortunately, this kind of industry works. Because it is like a first screening mechanism. If people ask me for an introduction to somebody, I will only kind of go and introduce them if I feel comfortable to kind of go and do so. Otherwise, it's my reputation on the line. So if people in my kind of trusted environment, trusted network, go and send me an introduction or send me something that would, do you want to kind of go and look at it? And I know it has already passed one screening test. And this is just the way that investors all over the world kind of work. I mean, we have just gone with one of our portfolio companies on an international fundraising thing in the US and everything. And it was absolutely clear. Whenever we managed to kind of go and get to a Silicon Valley VC through a personal introduction, we got the meeting. If you just kind of go and send a cold email to info@... the chances are close to zero. So that's the way it kind of works kind of all over the world. Personal network is look at the consultants, look at the current portfolio companies, look at whoever, particularly also from a social media kind of, you kind of go and see that somebody, for example, is giving a presentation, attend this. Try to kind of go and build those kind of personal networks. Try to kind of go and get to know the people. Follow people on Twitter. With Keert, by the way, that works perfectly. Just follow them on Twitter and to kind of go and start sort of building relationships there, comment and so on. I'm just saying there's a lot of different ways to kind of go and do this, but it's quite important to really kind of go and get in through a personal network and not just send an info at kind of cold email. It really makes a hell of a difference. Next. Then the famous pitch deck. And we are going to go spend quite a bit of time with the grinds and code to kind of go and look at this. Because it's really important that you answer the kind of go and key questions. I mean, we get pitch decks daily, and there are a lot of standard kind of templates all over, and people should kind of go and know what they're going to do. But I think it is very, very important that the following points that I hear, the purpose, the problem, the why now, for example, the competition, the team, the traction, the business model, that these points have all been addressed. And because it actually tells us, A, that the entrepreneurs have thought through all those various areas. It gives us a very good snapshot of what the company is all about. But the one or the two slides that are normally, or actually the 4 slides that are normally missing, or quite often missing, and are so important, are actually the last 4. Traction. And we will kind of go and talk about traction later on, kind of today, what it really means. But we want to kind of go and see, which comes to this ability to execute. What have you achieved so far? And that doesn't have to be just revenue. It doesn't have, definitely it doesn't have to be profit. But we want to kind of go and see that you are able to move your company along somehow. We need to understand your business model. How are you planning to go? How are you making money? Is this scalable? It's absolutely critical that you somehow explain this in your kind of pitch deck. We want to see some financials, because we want, that comes a little bit back to this mandate match. We want to kind of understand how early stage you are, where you think you can take this business. If you have a business that you think you can take from 1 million to 10 million, and you need 5 million rand of investment to get it to 10 million, and again, it might be a great lifestyle business for you, but it's not a fundable kind of business. So that's why it's quite important to kind of go and look at this. And then the last one, and this is, I think, only 1 or 2% of entrepreneurs really give us that kind of slide, is tell us your requirements, give us your ask. Tell us, and I am looking for 5 million, 10 million, 15 million. It's because, and then give us a shopping list, because I want to spend X for continuous R&D, B for that amount for future kind of go-to-market strategy. I need this one as just kind of cash flow, just so that we can understand really how much money is it that you're looking for. And if you're brave enough, even tell us how much equity you're prepared to kind of go and give away for this, so that we understand your kind of valuation expectations. So this is the kind of slide deck format. I mean, whatever it kind of looks for was, but if you have addressed all these kind of different areas, then at least you have given any investor right from the start all the information that will kind of go and enable them to tell you, yes, it's worthwhile going to the next level, or sorry, based on this, there is simply no kind of fit. So really try to kind of go into this. And whenever you have an investor, you have a meeting with an investor, it actually helps to ask them if they have a preferred format, and if so, get it from them and actually then go and use their template if they have something. Some investors actually have even a template on their website or something like this. So kind of go and apply it. But these are normally really the kind of key points that you have to kind of go and include in any of your pitch decks. Okay, and I think now it's over to Catherine again for the even more important thing. Forget about investors. How do you find customers?
Fantastic. Thank you, Andrea. So, finding investment, we always say, is so darn important. And as you're going to be walking this journey with us over the next 6 to 9 months, you will see that we're going to be tackling really these 2 big dilemmas, both that of access to markets and access to funds. And this is literally just an introduction, because we're going to be doing a lot of work with go-to-market during the course of the time with you. But I thought just to talk about finding customers, and we speak to businesses on the call today who are very well versed in how to sell. You've probably all got, and I'm speaking as an entrepreneur myself, a couple of customers that have been with you for a while. And really, I don't know about you, but we forget the basics of finding our customers. We just forget to get back to the basics of doing the things really well. And allow me to just share 8 points with you here, just to get this overview through. So I don't know about you, but we are now completely post-COVID, and we promised each other as a team when we prepped for this yesterday that we wouldn't even mention it. But the one lesson that we definitely learned out of it was that customers' behaviors change, and I'm stating water is wet, because of some significant something that happens in some form or fashion. And I don't know about you, but we've done a lot of reading, because what we do at Think Room Go to Market, we work with about, I don't know, anything between 50 and 60 businesses a year, where we just help them get to market. And we do a lot of work into Africa. And what we've learned over the last while, over the last 6 months, is that because we continuously trying to track how customers' personas are changing and how target markets are changing. And you know, that age-old thing of how often should I know who my customer is, why they're buying from me, and what they look like? Well, the reality is we should be doing those basics, back to basics, at least every 3 months, not change tact, but just touch base. So as an example, do you know that men's purchasing behavior, this was some research that I read at the end, it was at the end of May, men's purchasing behavior in during this time that we've just had have gone quieter than the females on the ratio that it usually is, meaning that where men used to buy certain things, they've completely gone back in 2 levels lower into Maslow's hierarchy of need. And there's a theory at the moment saying, well, maybe it's because of that protection, having to look after the family, talking about all those stereotypes. But the reality is, as we go down the hierarchy of needs, our behaviors of buying change. And the very interesting thing is, many of us, most of us are B2B on the call today. I think we've got 1 or 2 B2C businesses that are on the call. So allow me just to talk briefly about B2B first. But really, from a B2B perspective, I'll use an example. One of our customers, he's in a financial position, so he's the FD of the business. He makes the decisions on the budgets. He is also in an operational role, so in the business that he works, he's also responsible for a lot of the operations, and they are a massive supplier to the mine. So no surprise, we know what happened in my customers or my client specific world in the last 6 months. And what the most interesting thing about this customer was, we've been working together for 5 years. I know him, I know his behavior, I know what he wants, I know when he's buying and when he's not buying. And the most fascinating thing that what happened with his behavior, in fact, it took me so by surprise. I thought he would be prudent immediately, wouldn't want to take risks, but when the disaster happened, I'm sure you did too, but I called all my customers and said, let's have a very honest discussion. And the discussion I had with him was, okay, so now what? We're about to sign a deal. Is the business going ahead or not? And I thought he was going to say, definitely not, too scared, gotta wait. What was very interesting, he went to the space of safety. When he answered me like this, he said, we have to get this work done because this is one of the important programs that will get us hopefully through, so that I can make sure that I'm okay and my family's okay. The point is this: if I had pitched to him without having that very open and honest call at a point like that, it would have been a very awkward and very difficult discussion, and probably I would have angered him very much. So my question to you today is, do you know what your customer wants? And it's not a rhetoric question. It really is one of, how often do you check in on what it is exactly is of what they want and what the market is forcing them to do and how they're buying? The next one is the 3 levels deep. I don't know about you, but I've been taught this throughout my corporate career. And this is now from the point of a corporate, when companies used to come and pitch in a previous life. We always had this saying that you have to have relationships in your customers' organizations 3 levels deep. And 3 different touch points, so that if there's a break in the chain of command, or if somebody leaves, or there's somebody that goes off for a while, that the business does not stop. So again, I'm asking the question, can you just go and think, do you have at least 3 touch points per business in your business? And if you don't, you are potentially missing out on different buckets of money. And secondly, you are at risk I know because we learned one of these lessons this year, where we lost one of the touch points very quickly, and we lost some work. So that's the next point I wanted to raise on this of finding customers. If you are finding a new customer, wanting to find a new customer, are you ready to not only find at one level and try and get in, but try and get in from all levels, because the story needs to be well understood. And that way, there's always a place for one person to play bad cop if there has to be a bit of bad copness and some of the difficult discussions. The third one I just wanted to talk about was about sales channels. Now, when we go and find customers, we always try, or I'm probably generalizing, but there's this notion with the businesses that we work, is that there is one way of selling and there's one sales channel. But as an example, we were on a call earlier this week, and one of our customers at Microsoft actually shared this, where we were talking about sales and we were talking about how can sales be improved, and he made this very good point. Have you considered, he said to me, Catherine, have you considered actually joining forces with another company that may do similar work, but not exactly the same, but there's a piece of work that they need to deliver to the customer that they don't have, and that's just a much quicker way to find a customer. So I'm asking just the group on the call, if you can just spare 10 seconds in thought and think, are there any extensions of sales that I could potentially do by providing an extension to a sale through somebody else? And the reality is that they've already opened that door. So finding that customer will be so much quicker. And then the fourth thing I just wanted to share about finding, and, and it's that thing of finders customers, finders keepers. Always be selling. Everybody in our business is a salesperson, every single person. So whether it is literally the person who is just manning the telephones when the traditional salespeople are out, or when it is literally somebody answering an email, there is always, at all levels in our organization, there needs to be a fluency in the value proposition, regardless of position. And we've just very often seen in our in one of the businesses that we work with just last week, there was literally a discussion between an account manager. So the sale was done, it was just farming, it was no longer hunting. There was a discussion with an account manager, and the account manager, they literally just wanted to get, the client wanted to get their reporting sorted, and the account manager was trying to just understand that. And this account manager literally saw an opportunity to get back with another partner and link powers together and sell something that they didn't completely have, but there was a way in. So it's everybody selling, regardless of whether they're in a sales position or not. And again, asking whether we have all our team members aligned to value proposition. And it's so important. And Andrea spoke about it earlier on, and also about the organizational culture of when we are presenting ourselves to customers. So Zwana, can you just give me the next slide? Thank you. The last four, I'm literally just going to touch on the customer journey here, but the sales funnel, hand on heart, if we can all put hand on heart and just think about finding customers. Do you know exactly what's going on in your sales funnel? Do you know what your conversion rates are? Do you know how many drop off between from evaluation into actually buying something from you? Do you understand that? Do you understand the numbers? I want to challenge you, as I'm challenging myself at the moment. I really am battling with this as we try and understand the changing persona of the seller in our businesses. I want to predict that salespersons, I love sales. I absolutely love to go and talk about products and convince customers to buy, but we're seeing more and more that sales are starting to equal data. And really more and more, it's becoming a place where the salespersons are data persons. And what I mean by that, they're so empowered what happens in a customer's organization. They're so empowered with the data of what's working and what's not working, that the sell is very different. It's not necessarily only, hey, can we go and have a beer? Goodness, once we're all out of lockdown, that'll be great. Could we go have a beer, or can we go and have a round of golf? But it literally is a sales approach from a very scientific way and from a very powerful way. And the way of the world is moving, and literally just in conclusion on this side, do you know how the sales personas are changing for your organization? The people that are in your sales positions right now, and many of us still sell for ourselves, depending on how big your business is. But here's the other thing, is that as founders, we often have to sell because that is just how it works in the beginning. And then as we start hiring a team, we still sell as much as we can. And usually the salesperson is the third or the fourth person to be hired as the cash flow becomes available. But the reality is, many times we find founders that should not be selling. And it's actually a very honest discussion sometimes. We just say to the founder, dude, honestly, or girl, please, I don't think you're the best person to go to the customer, because they will just not understand. Whilst you wax on about your product ad infinitum, and actually you're not solving their problem or the reason they want to buy from you, but we're just talking about our product. So please consider changing personalities of salespeople, and just hand on heart, we don't all have to be good at everything. I'm useless with finance, and yes, of course I have to do it. I hate it, but really that's something that I've accepted as an example. So for those of us who not really love sales but love our product, we will be working with you over the course of the customer journey. We'll talk about in the make side, and that's it. But really, we're going to share the decks with you. You will see there's an example. Zwanda, if you can just do those 2 slides, where I've just the next one, thank you, where we've just taken an example of an actual customer or an actual partner that we worked with, and understanding how their customer persona changed, how the map changed, and how the decisions were different. And this literally was a physicians who needed to get online during the COVID time, and they had to change their practice. And it's a very methodical approach. Sales is not about off the cuff and just pitch and try and do a sell. It's a very planned approach. It's a very methodical approach. So we would love to take you through this. So that is it for us on the find side. Thank you very much, Zwanda. We're now going to have a 5-minute break. Please, for those who need a bio break, jump in and go get the break. And then Kiet and Andrea and Will and I are, and Jonathan and Demiso, we are all online. If you want to chat, get your questions through, and we will then be back at 11, it's 11 your side, 11:15. Cool. Thank you, everyone. Get the questions through on the chat.
11:15.
Okay, for those who are back from their bio break, help us a little bit with a couple of fun polls. We want to really know. There's a poll that's just come through. We'd love to know where you're dialing in from today, your home office, and be honest. We're gonna we'll see anyway. Your home office or your real office. Are you that lucky? Or your car or your bed? Come on, there must be somebody at least that's dialing in from the bed. Okay, I've cast my vote.
There we go.
Okay.
You can see it on the screen now, popped up.
Fantastic. If anybody's saying work from home is going to go away soon, that's not so. Let's start a quick other business somewhere whilst we're at it. Fantastic. There is somebody in bed. It is so true. One person at least. And I dare you to put the camera on. Say what, Will?
I hope it's not for sickness reasons.
Yeah, Shan, you're right, eh? That's absolutely right.
Okay.
Okay. So let's see. Home office, 84%. Can you believe it? 13%. 4 people are in the office. Nobody in the car. That's absolutely lovely. Okay. So where do we find the poll? Oh, okay. So, well, it is on the screen. So that one has now stopped. Okay, fantastic. So Keith is going to come up next. Let's just quickly go through some of the questions that we've had on the poll itself. On the questions itself. Jonathan, thank you for sending through that Deloitte customer loyalty insights. For those who, so when we talk about supply chain disruption, are we talking across industries or the supply chain industry itself? Anybody want to take that one? Jono, Ndubiso, Will?
Yeah, hey everyone, happy to take that one. So it was just also a comment that we were saying, you know, the kind of customer interactions that you're finding is difficult because of a lot of disruption in supply chain. There's a number of factors, including the preservation of jobs, that are making companies really clamp down on capital expenditure and going into cost-saving initiatives. So if what you are selling isn't aligning directly to some of their short-term priorities, you are going to expect to find a very, very long sales cycle. So that's something that you need to keep in mind as you think about who are the customers that you're targeting, what is your sales pitch to them, etc. And then there were the question that followed up was, are we referring to supply chain disruption in the supply chain industry itself, i.e. logistics companies? So yes, that too, but I think every industry is being affected differently. And we're seeing both short-term disruptions that have companies had to really react to that quickly. So the medical industry is a very good example of that, where they just couldn't get PPE imported, the port was closed and they had to find local manufacturers. So there's some short-term opportunities in that. But what's more interesting is the kind of long-term trends that are being accelerated, specifically in the shortening of supply chain. So if you think about something like the direct-to-consumer trend that's been going for a number of years, we're seeing that being accelerated by companies like PepsiCo that's launching websites where they sell direct to consumer. So it is worth thinking about that shift in the customer landscape and how you are playing into that specific trend or disrupting that industry.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jonathan. And then we will go to our last poll, and then we will go over to you, Keith. So thank you for responding. I will close that poll shortly. We've got 16 responses in. Are you wearing your pajamas? And pajamas means even if it's just one piece, top or bottom. If it's pajamas, it's pajamas. Training gear, good top and a dodgy bottom, or proper workwear today. Oh, and thank you if you dressed for us. We feel really privileged. Thank you for that. Okay, awesome. So we have 3 in the room who are on pajamas. Thank you very much. That was a minute poll. Thanks for voting. Keith, over to you.
Okay, so just want to first check, can people hear and
We can
all
hear,
that kind
there's
of
no
stuff?
echo, we're all good.
All good. Okay, I'll share screen now, but I don't want this to be death by PowerPoint. So just first, hi. For those who don't know, this is Geert van Zyl. We are very proud, as Bob mentioned earlier, to have our 10-year Knife Capital anniversary, and it's been actually quite a nostalgic time going through the photos of us literally assembling our first boardroom table with scaffolding and planks from Builders Warehouse because we couldn't afford a boardroom table and all that kind of stuff. So I think a lot of the time people forget that a VC business is just another business. You know, when Eben and I, literally we were working at HBD, and before that I was at Procter & Gamble and Investec, and he was at at EY and working in corporate. And all of a sudden on the 1st of July 2010, luckily with the sound of vuvuzelas blowing, because it was a positive World Cup soccer time in South Africa, we suddenly found ourselves as, I wouldn't say reluctant entrepreneurs, but definitely bit of more than we can chew. Because we sat there thinking, holy shit, we actually own our own business now, and for the rest of the foreseeable future, we have to earn our own salaries. And I'll never forget that daunting feeling that we literally didn't know what to do. So on day one, we went to a restaurant to order coffee, and we just sort of decided a little bit of, we didn't actually know what to do. So we just sat there, and coffee turned into champagne because we thought we better celebrate this. And that turned into, I think, the company culture of celebration, to say, well, shit, you know, if all else fails, celebrate something, and hopefully that positive energy would get into something. All right, so just double checking everything. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can see and hear and all that. I don't want the tech to just do not work. Okay, cool. So thanks. So we're heading into Make. Yeah, sorry about the technicalities earlier today, and I know some of you have had this session before when we did it during lockdown, and in context of just sort of putting content out there in that. But this is now specifically focused on Grindstone. And as I sort of said on the chat earlier, there's some interesting things which we'll share later about what we've done with the program to really actually make it more tailored towards the needs of the entrepreneurs, and that obviously hint funding. But anyway, people often forget that a good company and a good investment are two different things, you know, so we'll touch on that. But a good investment is something that where there's a culture fit, there's an alignment of interest. I mean, please don't ever take money from the wrong people. We've done it before. As I said, our journey was a kronkelpaadjie of knife. It didn't go straight up for these 10 years. And yeah, I mean, I'd rather bootstrap longer, rather just flip in, but just do not align with the wrong crowd. And the wrong crowd, you know, one person's freedom fighters, another person's terrorists. So it doesn't mean, you know, there's right and wrong. It basically just means alignment of interests. So I think the elements around making the deal or making the sale or just closing that thing is basically the cliche of ABC, which is always be closing. So just remember when you do take funding or you do go into that final POC or anything like that, there's a lot of things. I mean, we're currently in the midst of a deal, which hopefully we're at final term sheet, but it's been so difficult to close that transaction because the entrepreneurs sort of forgot to put a very important document in the data room, not because of maliciousness or anything like that. You know, they had it sort of 90% there, and okay, you guys analyzed the deal, we negotiated all the terms, and then suddenly, oh, did we mention X? And we're like, well, that's quite an important thing to mention at this late stage of the deal because it could have affected valuation and all the rest of it. So now we need to go back, tail between our legs to our investment committee. What does it mean? Do we need to renegotiate a few things? So that's just sort of one example. And, you know, another example are multiple shareholders. And again, the same deal. I mean, Andrea touched on another deal we're trying to close internationally, but, you know, this one wants a board seat, but that one says, well, if that one has a board seat, I want to be an observer. And this one wants a minority right. And that one doesn't want it because they then have to maybe consolidate their holding, et cetera, et cetera. So there's quite a lot when it comes to making a transaction happen. And it's not actually obvious stuff. And this is also not things that one actually can Google and figure out what the nitty gritty is. Yes, you can have your data room and your decks and your financial model and all those things ready, which we will touch on and which will help you do. But at the end of the day, it's my the experience of going through this and understanding sort of what it takes to really make life easier. Because in the meantime, as entrepreneurs, you've got a business to run. You don't want to sit and fundraise and sit and talk to boring VCs like ourselves to close a deal till early hours of the morning around nitty gritty of a clause and a percentage and a come along and a tag along and all the rest of it. So yeah, so the next sort of half an hour, 40 minutes, I'm just going to basically touch on elements of 3 broad themes around it. And one is diligence, just to say, well, you know, what is a due diligence and what are the kind of things one looks for, because it's not all that it's meant out to be. Secondly is around valuation. And I mean, with respect, valuation is a 2-day course in itself. And one of the key things that we really want from our grindstone participants specifically this year is to really understand your valuation and for us to really help to value your businesses and to kind of really understand that, you know. I mean, just to use an example, we were trying to help fund another business, and we did a referral to them because it was a grindstone company to 40i Capital, because it was just a bit too early stage for us. And you know, they went into that pitch deck with 40i with such a high valuation, you know, obviously trying to maybe play a bit of poker or time a horse trade, where, you know, Anton and Justin and the guys phoned me and said, dude, like, WTF, I mean, you know, what are you guys doing there at night? Because this business is not worth that much and it's a referral from you. And that sort of hurts our credibility. So I think at the end of the day, valuation is just a massive calculator. We just want to understand a few of those things and then really going into some key terms. Not everyone's raising funding. And if you don't have to ever take investment and you can bootstrap all the way through, perfect. But, you know, I always kind of cite the story of Ikubu, which was one of our best grindstone companies to date. So France, Nolan and Deno, we sat with them in this kind of forum. Unfortunately, we are doing it online at the moment, but in those days we can at least sit in a room with you guys and have a bit of a coffee and an interaction and a beer afterwards when we finish the Find My Grow Realize course later. So, you know, if you don't have anything cold in the fridge, just take the next break to go shove it in. But anyway, Franz, Akuba and him said, listen, you know, we really like you guys and stuff, but, you know, we're busy oaks. We've got a business to run. We don't really want to join an entrepreneurship development program, because no doubt it would be valuable. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we're not exiting. We're not raising finance. We are just basically growing. So we said, okay, cool. But then you've got nothing to lose other than a few hours of your time. Anyway, next thing, or not next thing, 8 months later, an offer from Garmin on the table. Luckily, they were one of the top grindstone companies in terms of coachability, meaning they actioned a few of the things, the financial model, the data rooms, all those things were in place. And we could very quickly do that due diligence. And they managed to, going from having a coffee, all right, like we're not really taking investment and, you know, we're still growing, to suddenly being 3 multimillionaires of a nice dollar exit to Garmin. And they became our investors as well. So at the moment, we are in front of you as our future bosses, and therefore we really back you to raise that finance or to exit your businesses and to back and invest in life capital. So I think that is the one realization that I think we have, which maybe took us a while to get to, is that, you know, while a lot of people put VCs on a pedestal and say, listen, okay, Dragon's Den-esque and whatever, you know, it really isn't. It really is the other way around. You know, there is no VC as a commodity, funders are commodities, entrepreneurs are the main players. And if you guys are successful 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 years from now, you will be hopefully sitting there with a massive business that you're running and dividend paying, or with one that you've exited and some spare cash to throw back as a limited partner into our thing. So we look forward to working for you. But at the moment, we just want to work with you on the program. Okay, I'm going to try and share. So the last thing is just to go through some key investment terms. So let me just quickly share a screen here. Just make sure I don't share the wrong screen, because there might be a few confidential term sheet documents and stuff open. Right. Okay, so make sure that this is working. Andrea said it's working in the background. So, perfect. Okay, so just in terms of how the investment process works, and it works differently with different funds. Thanks, Willie. So it works different with different funds and different funders, but basically it follows a process. You know, the investment process is fairly standardized. Firstly, there's the initial interactions with the entrepreneurs, and that could be a coffee or a referral or a chat over a braai or a grindstone interaction. But basically people need to get to know each other. You know, people invest generally in people they know. And no, it doesn't mean there's a boys club where people invest in a little clique. It is just basically means it's a long-term commitment that you make towards each other, and there needs to be that mutual fit and towards a common purpose and all that. But for us, because we're a VC business, we have that mandate. We touched on that, and we need to make sure that we invest legally into a business. And it could mean, if you're a Section 12J company, that it must be a business of a certain size, or it must be, sometimes the intellectual property can't be in Amsterdam yet, you know, or it could just be a stage thing or an amount of funding stage. At the moment, Knife kind of, or through our KNF funds and all the rest of it, do sort of a minimum of 10 million Rand investment. Because we're a growth fund, you know, it doesn't help us having 100 companies to try and add value to with 1 million Rand each. You know, we are creating a different vehicle to actually do that respectfully and adding value. But yeah, so that just depends on where it is, and there's quite referrals in between. So once there's a mandate fit, you know, one really look at the pitch deck and assess the quality of the opportunity. And that's, again, something that we really want to work with you guys on the grindstone thing. I mean, this is definitely not a pitching school. So what we are the anti-accelerator of is sort of dollying up the businesses for demo day, where it's a big cocktail event and you have your pizza and beer, and basically you guys are entertainment for the evening to all the investors sort of hanging around there thinking they're important. This is more of a personal trainer trying to really kind of get that value proposition out, talk to some of your customers. What does this business mean for you? Have that feedback. So much more kind of business building orientated. But anyway, as I said, culture fit is very important, very important. And unfortunately, part of today usually is for us to actually have some interactions with you guys to just make sure that we are all going to have fun. You know, we don't particularly do this for reasons that's not going to be fun for you guys. And by fun, I don't mean we're all going to just sit and have a party the whole year. By fun, I mean it needs to be value adding and enriching, and you need so and the same for us as well. But generally, then one goes into a very limited due diligence, just because you need to get to that letter of intent purposes. So, and to get that, you need to get to valuations. That's where the deal usually falls off. So we try very quickly to get to a point where we can look an entrepreneur in the eye within a week or two, depending on the availability of information, and say to them, listen, we are in. If it is, you know, we're going to put 20 million Rand in for 20%, let's say, let's make it easy now, because we believe that your post-money valuation is 100 million Rand. And that's usually where the deal falls off in terms of a good business or not, you know. Some very good entrepreneurs in this ecosystem, which you guys will know, which are very good friends of ours, come for funding and they say, listen, this is more or less the funding range. And then we look at the financials and the projections and we say, listen, with respect, we love you guys, but we just don't think the valuation is there. And also, if we can give you advice, you know, make sure you get the right funder. But you know, you have this kind of profile. You are one of the top X companies to watch in South Africa, so you can probably pump up this valuation and get some less sophisticated investor to give you that money at that valuation. But is it more important to swap 15% of your business or 18% of your business? Is that extra 3% as important to potentially have a investor which is someone else? And if that answer is fine, then we'll help you do that. So yeah, so therefore all that data room stuff is important. We then issue an LOI saying, look, this is our intent, go into full due diligence, look at the investment memorandums and all that with our investment committees, because there needs to be a board decision to do so, go into the sort of final term sheet and legal closure. And that last little process is not to be underestimated. So due diligence is another word for homework. I think most of you would be familiar with what that is, but we look at it at sort of 6 different buckets. And look at the commercial, the pricing, the market, the competitors, who else is in this market, how does your product stack up, financials, and obviously all of that needs to go into a sort of back end of what is your core revenue streams, how does that all work, and we'll work with you guys on that. But it's very important to have that. Everyone's going to ask you for a 3 to 5 year financial projections, and all of us know that the moment you jump off the cliff and press start on any investment, you can basically throw that financial model in the bin because it's going to be wrong. But it is more the thinking process on what are the core revenue streams, which countries are we entering, how do we think about, maybe it's a software as a service business, what is the percentage of recurring revenue, what are at the moment the bottlenecks around implementation and all of that, and how do we make it more scalable? For us, scalable, repeatable business that you can kind of sell to one client or sell to 10,000 clients with not much more extra feet on the ground is the perfect business model. And how does one kind of change business models to that? And you can kind of change models with the same business by calling the baby a different name and all that, So maybe just by way of an example, we had an investment which we exited actually back to the entrepreneurs called FlightScope, which is a Stellenbosch-based business that does projectile. So they've got Doppler radar technology, and you put it behind you in a unit, hit a golf ball or a baseball or a tennis ball, and it analyzes and tracks all of that. And yeah, that business very much, when we invested, was a business that manufactured these hardware, and they still do. Assemble them there in Techno Park, send them all over the world, and it's a very successful, very profitable business. But when we invested, they were a business. If you ask Henry and Tom, like, what do you guys do? They say we manufacture very sophisticated hardware products around radar technology, So very technical guys. So that's the answer. So over the time, we actually said change the business model to actually be more recurring revenue by almost like a cell phone contract, by getting the unit prices down because of the analytics that they could put out there, and basically became a data analytics business that gathers data on golf and tennis and sport and all the rest of it, and then use that analytics to perfect coaching, club fitting and all that kind of stuff. So their client base suddenly changed from the individual golfer that wants a gadget to professional coaches that could have all this data, say, hang on, a 35-year-old female in California, it's a ping 5-iron so many yards and a tailor-made so many yards, and et cetera, and that then became but at the heart of it, they did exactly the same thing. Manufacture a unit, send it in, but their revenue streams just started changing to say, okay, hang on, how do we become a data analytics business that gather all this data through sport? Anyway, just by way of example of sometimes a bit of a boardroom strategy can actually create a shitload of value, because suddenly your multiples that you compare, and we'll get into that in valuation, that you suddenly compare that business with more sort of data analytics businesses, which is higher multiples than a equipment manufacturing business. Anyway, by the way, that business has the Wimbledon contract. So if you ever watch tennis and you see speed or analyzing the balls, that's what we do for the last how many ever years. I'm still on the board there, even though we've exited. Okay, legal DD is the stuff that really look at the share classes, the shareholders agreements, the key contracts. HR, obviously, the staff incentives. I mean, usually people say our people are our biggest asset. Is it? I mean, do all of them have employment contracts? Are they in line with the basic conditions? do you have the intellectual property solidly bedded down into the business? And that sort of links into the IP DD, and then technical. Because we're generalists, one day we invest in Data Profit, which is a AI for manufacturing business. The next day it's Quicket, which is a ticketing business. The next day it's Pura. The next day it's e-learning. I mean, we can't be experts in each of these things, and hopefully the next one is one of you guys, and we're going to get a technical expert to do that. So the purpose is not an audit of how bad you have been by not submitting your last VAT return on time. That's obviously key indicators for us, but I think the more important thing for us is forward-looking, to say, okay, listen, and we have this speech with entrepreneurs in the beginning. Say, listen, we haven't invested in entrepreneurs for the last 10, 14 years by not knowing there's blood on the dance floor. There's some cash flow things here, maybe a shareholder's loan there, maybe an unsigned contract there. Just out with it. Tell us what it is, because right now we have the means to fix it. We've maybe got the knowledge to do so, or someone else can help you with your value proposition, your marketing strategy or whatever, or we've got money, So, okay, so your intellectual property is in a bit of a mess and you've got no trademarks registered. Not a problem. Instead of giving you 10 million rand, we give you 12 million rand. And we address those things if we collectively feel that it's important. So that's why it's very important to carve this out into sort of a roadmap and a paint by numbers and the milestones. I think if you take anything away from today, just remember risk reduction equals value creation. Think of your business as a series of risks. The risk that a key client leaves, the risk that a key employee kind of steals your intellectual property, or any of those things. And even every little risk that you remove, the fact that you've got hand sanitizers on all your desks, because you don't want your business to be known for having a COVID-rich employee base. So, every time you remove a small risk, a big risk, you actually create value. So on the scale of value creation, just continue nipping away. And, when you look back after 3-4 years, chipping away at your risks reduction, you suddenly are much more valuable than you would have been. Okay, so the outcomes of a DD is fairly binary for us. I mean, on the one hand, we look at these things and say, how bad are they? I mean, is it a deal breaker? And deal breakers we don't usually find, but it could be something like ethics, or maybe a business does business up in Africa and they managed to pay a facilitation fee to get some money out of Nigeria, and that was maybe a bit of a greasy pot. Then that's a deal breaker. Or the intellectual property doesn't belong to the business. The valuation was assuming that the IP was self-created. Then we find out the business is actually just licensed in and that there's no IP or whatever, So then we would say, okay, well, that doesn't stack up. But we don't find those. Usually it's stuff you can remedy. And that is basically, we ask ourselves our questions, I wouldn't do the business unless ... is in place. Then we just make it a condition precedent to say, listen, you guys need to fix X, Y, and Z. And then we're in. But usually majority of these things are just a working list to say, look, you've now had the uncomfortable exercise of lifting the kimono and us basically having trawling through the business. This is where you are now. This is what the strategy says you want to be. But to get there, the following kind of building blocks are not in place, And we really have become quite good at looking at a business from 5 years from now backwards, So we, as you will find out, like to celebrate. And we know that we will invest in you or partner with you guys in Grindstone, because we're going to celebrate with each and every one of you something. It might be a massive client win. Actually, on Monday night, I got a very nice WhatsApp from one of our Grindstone 3, and that was in 2014. I don't know. Yeah. Grindstone 3 participants that we never invested in. We've helped them look at the contract here, look at the term sheet there. They will. It'll be announced probably in the next week or two. They've got a nice big investment from another investor, and basically just said, look, I just want you guys to be the first to know you know, we've got a bottle of champagne with your name on it because the next round we want it to be nice, but this for whatever. And that's quite nice because this is not a program that starts and ends. It's basically a relationship that starts and one takes it from there. Okay, and then, you know, there's also some non-quantifiables, you know, for us, and that is also what Grindstone is all about, is just to get to know you. Who takes the advice on board, who doesn't, who's very serious about building their business, who's always too busy to attend a workshop, you know, that type of stuff, to kind of just say, look, this is definitely an entrepreneur we want to have a long journey with. Okay, so just on taking a breath on valuation then. So once we've now sort of done the initial DD, had a bit of a look, we have to, you know, the proof is in the pudding in terms of what is the business worth. So the valuation principles, unfortunately, there's no magic wand. We as a team have a lot of experience in DD, and even us as a team never are 100% aligned on this business is exactly worth 74 million rand and 20 cents. You know, there's always a range, and it depends on a set of variables, and kind of brings me to my favorite philosophy in life: learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. So I think it's also a little bit what Grindstone is all about. It's not here to impart this wisdom from the mountains. It's basically to say, here are some of the rules. Let's bring you in behind the scenes. If you are in this startup train investment game and all the rest of it, let's kind of hack some of those rules so that we can kind of say, okay, how do you get maximum value for your business? How do you get easier market access and all that kind of stuff? But at the end of the day, fair value is just willing buyer, willing seller. You know, on that note, we once exited Knife Capital. It's a very sad story, which we will tell you over definitely when we see you. It's not a story for a video presentation. It's a story for 1 or 2 tears and a alcohol in front of you. But anyway, and Andrea and Eben and I sat and we went. There was this listed crowd that wanted to acquire us, and obviously they wanted to know what we're worth. And we then went away for lunch, and we kind of had a few bottles of Life from Stone Sauvignon Blanc. And Eben and Andrea and I looked each other in the eyes and say, look, what is the number? And we didn't sit with this Excel spreadsheet. We didn't sit with anything like that. And then we went back to the guys and say, listen, this is the number. If you want to buy us, that's it. And I said, okay, well, that's quite high, higher than we would have expected or whatever. How did you come up with that number? And we said, well, we went for lunch. And we ordered a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc and we discussed it. And I said, but you're kind of supposed to be one of the top VCs. Surely you need to give us an Excel model and all the rest of it. She said, no, we can do that. But I mean, if that's not the number, then this is going to be a short conversation, because that is where we are a willing seller. So whatever the spreadsheets say, there needs to be some sensibility to it, by the way. But at the end of the day, willing buyer, willing seller, good old valuation principle. I think the second principle I just want you guys to understand today is fair value depends on the stage of the business and where you are. You know, there is a financial valuation, and then there is a strategic valuation, and those two things could be different. You know, so or are always different. Financial valuation says, okay, if you look at one business against the next, recurring cash flow is the equalizer. So if you look at a manufacturing business versus software as a service business, with a tech business versus a consumer business, at the end of the day, there are multiples. There are things which are based on EBITDA, which is kind of profit before the accountants got involved, and revenue and cash flow. And if you have those things and you can predict them, you can come out with a number. That's the financial valuation. But strategic valuation is something totally different. So if you can build certain things into your business, whether it's integration with certain point of sale software, or sort of secret sauce around payment things, or if you've got a business that has a big network of all the locums in South Africa, you know, which basically creates a barrier to entry for other businesses doing that. And someone wants to acquire that, which is not necessarily right now reflected in your financials. That's a strategic value. So maybe a good example is the last business we bought we sold to Uber. So we had a business involved in online food ordering software, and that business had a great business model. It was recurring revenue. We did sort of online food ordering, you know, and now it's everywhere, you know, Uber Eats and Mr. Delivery and all those things. And this wasn't a delivery app. It was more just a back end software that actually went into the point of sales, into the kitchen, managing all of that. And, you know, that business was really gaining traction. We exported the intellectual property to the US. The team eventually went over there, and we built the business as a US business just because the restaurant chains are so much bigger there. And then Uber bought the business. And they didn't actually buy the business for our business model. And it's quite sad, actually, because we spent 8 years building a certain business and customer base and all the rest of it. But in the meantime, we integrated with Squirrel and all the point of sale devices and all that. And Uber wanted to have that because they could integrate with all of those over time. They said it would have taken them about 8 months, or they could just buy a business which with all the API integrations that they could possibly want to fast track that. And they basically bought the business for that. You know, sort of started hiving off the actual business model that we built, and that. But you know, everyone's happy. Entrepreneur has money. Middle management suddenly works for Uber. VCs are happy because we've got 13 times money on that investment, and that had nothing to do with the financial valuation. Okay, so today this is high level, so we're not going to go into the theory of, but we will go into how to do these things each with DCF, NAV, what is going on in the market in terms of cycle. I mean, as you can imagine, right now valuations are a bit deflated because no one knows the probability matrix of where COVID is going to be, and everything post-COVID is a little bit down. And then there's comparables. And comparables, if you look at that table, is either a multiple of something, and it could be a revenue or an earnings or an industry benchmark. You know, there are certain benchmark in the franchising industry and restaurants. It's usually revenue or bum on seats, and what is that? You know, so there's different kind of ratios that you can compare. I mean, you're not the first business to start in your particular industry. You can look at an overseas business. It's more or less the same. You know, when we invested in Quicket as a ticketing business, we didn't just sort of look at this. Lots of ticketing businesses all over Europe. There's Eventbrite in the US. We could kind of look at analyze the businesses they acquire and see what those sort of multiples are. And we can say, well, if Quicket's revenue is X and the multiple is Y, we can times the one by the other, and that gives at least a indication of valuation. Okay, so again, this is not to teach you the valuation things today, but very important. We will build your financial model with you, and then we'll take that financial model, we'll build your financial valuation for you so you understand it, and then we will help you. And it's also one of the questions we're going to ask you later, to think about what will you be selling, and that could be other things than your revenue, but let's just wait for that till we get there. Okay, so just quickly again, this is not going to be too in-depth, but at the moment, if you own 100% of your business and you don't have an angel or whatever in, you know, you can put certain expenses through there. You can go to Mauritius for a holiday, and you can, you know, write it off to a investigation whether you should move your IP there, and that can go into the financials, etc., etc. You've got more freedom. So if there is a financial investor, obviously they're going to be a little bit more all over the business. There's going to be more governance and all that. So make sure they add value. Because the money is one thing, but the loss of freedom is another. And one has to kind of have that combination of it in terms of what do they bring to the table. And believe me, all investors in the beginning say, listen, even including Knife Capital, we are not just about the money. We're going to help you with clients and market access and all the rest of it. Yeah, test those assumptions a little bit. And how you test it is go and have a coffee with the businesses that they've invested in before. So, you know, in your case as well, you know, go speak to the past Grindstone alumni. Not very difficult to find them. ask them, is it worth me spending my entrepreneurial time on yet another program when there's so many in South Africa and I have a business to run? You just do a steer proof of a few, because, not everyone has the same experience, because some businesses are in different stages or whatever. But on the whole, you need to just make sure that you do your homework, stick to the business plan, do your due diligence on whoever you partner with. This is a very interesting article that you must have a look at on fundersandfounders.com. Will, maybe you can just quickly find that particular link and put it in the chat group, or if someone will do.
Sure,
Yeah,
we'll do.
It talks about someone saying, look, how does one go through the stages of equity pools and VCs and angels and all the rest of it? And does it make sense if I owned only 17% of my business when I could have owned 100%? Well, only if you every time create value. Yeah. Okay, so then we are going to really focus on the legalities of closing a deal and some of the behind the scene things that you need to be aware of if you're ever in a term sheet or an investment thing, and just make sure that people sometimes invest in milestones. So instead of giving you 3 million rand, they might give you 1 million, and then you have to get to X clients, or you have to fix one or two things and then give you another 2 million. It's not necessarily drip feeding. It's more just to make sure that there's a path. Some shares have preferential rights, so just make sure not all shares are created equal, that you know what you're signing up for. We've had to help many an entrepreneur undo very unfair anti-dilution rights of unscrupulous investors that sort of snuck something in there which the entrepreneurs didn't understand. Just make sure these things are simple. And then there's veto rights on certain decisions, and we have them as well. So businesses can't just, they must, as I said, stick to the business plan. Because we usually only have 20% or 30% or 15% equity stake, and for that we want to have certain things that we can block. You can't necessarily change the business model or open a new bank account without us knowing about it. It's more those type of things. Usually people want the board seat, depends. The board can't meet without them, and this is a normal shareholder right, so you should have it with your own co-founders as well. Obviously, we go into business together to be in business together. So if suddenly one founder wants to sell, they can't just sell the shareholding to a competitor or to anyone else. I mean, we're all friends here, so we would rather have a first right to buy anyone out, and that goes vice versa. Come-alongs and tag-alongs and those things just basically protects the minorities. Just to say, sometimes, let's say you have, take the Uber example. Let's say Uber said, you know what, I don't actually have to buy 100% of this business. 76% is enough, because the other 24% must not just come along. They can't block anything. They can't do anything. They can't have a say. So all in favor, oh, sorry for you. Just to make sure that the minorities aren't left in the cold when someone wants to just buy 51% or whatever. And then the other way is also true, is to say, well, you can't let the tail wag the dog. So sometimes, and it has happened in a deal that we were involved in, where a entrepreneur said, and that was in that case a 2% shareholder, to say, okay, so let me guess. So this business wants to acquire 100% of the startup. Yes, not 98%, no, 100%, or the whole deal is off. Okay, fellow shareholders, my 2% is suddenly not worth 2 over the price, because you need my 2% to come along. And that's sort of how that all kind of works to protect, so that these things need to come along. We're not going to go too detail on valuation mismatches, but if there's intent, one can always make sure that there is some form of, we always say to entrepreneurs, if we're close enough, if you think your business is worth 100 million rand and we think it's worth 80 million rand, well, let's not haggle for the rest of our lives around should we, shouldn't we. Let's just kind of say, all right, listen, one of us is right and one of us is wrong, and time will tell. So let's create a vehicle that says, well, look, we can give you shares back if you were right. And we've done that. That FlightScope business that I talked earlier, the radar golf business, we had a massive party when we had to give the entrepreneurs 7% back, because they overshot their business plan, and they had a ratchet. So we said, okay, Henry, Tom, our bad, you guys were right, well done. And we went and had a big ceremony and gave them happily their share certificate for the 7%, because what do we have now? A de-risked business, overshooting its business plan, it's proving its value. We're not trying to get a sneaky valuation, we're just trying to get the right valuation. Very difficult to tell up front. Access to information, good lever, bad lever. So if you leave your business and we've invested and backed you, that's not ideal. You know, what happens in that case? You sometimes have to offer your shares so we can give it to a new founder that needs to come in, and then just be aware of special clauses. Okay, so just in conclusion on my side, and Catherine will share and just do the last slide of this thing, and in terms of bringing this into more making the sale, because we are looking at find, make, grow, realize, but we're kind of looking at adding knowledge, networks, funding, and market access. I mean, I think the one thing that you guys need is mentoring is great, funding is better, clients are more better. So give me clients. So we are focusing very much on market access. Think Room, Catherine's business is very much a market access business. And that just basically means let's bring you clients. Because if we can do that, you will be forever and we'll earn our respect. And we don't have to tell you how good we are. We can say, listen, you know that client wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for us. So let's high five each other and work together on how do we take that forward. Good. So I know this is quite a mouthful, but broad strokes, make sure that and we will help, that your data rooms and that you are diligenceable, because the easier it is for an investor, the higher the valuation and the easier it is to avoid deal fatigue, which we all have. I mean, Andrea can see how deal fatigued she is with this flip and deal we're trying to close but yeah, so hopefully we can announce that still in July.
First week August.
First week August. It moves every time. Then and then yeah, again on when it comes to the valuation, some tricks around financial and strategic, and then the clauses. But yeah, hopefully we'll go with 20 of you, we'll go much deeper into that.
Fantastic, Geert. I just have the two questions. There are two good questions on the chat. If I can just run them past you. The first, Mark asked, on average, what would be the minimum or the maximum amount of equity a VC expects from a deal? So he says he knows that it's depending on life stage of the business and valuations, etc. But at what minimum level does it start to make it worthwhile for them to get involved?
Okay, it's a good question. There's no magic number, but there is a little bit of a automatic barrier, because what you don't want is to own a big chunk of the business, because it's not our business. So we can't run it. We can't demotivate the entrepreneurs. So if the valuation works out that, let's say, we have to take 70% of the business, to use an extreme example, we won't do the deal. So and then for angels, sometimes doesn't matter. They don't mind having 0.2% of a business or 1 or so percent. But, and the argument is if you have 2% of Facebook, it'll be great. But generally, and it's not an exact science, but Knife doesn't like single figures. So, we don't want to be 6%. We want to feel that we at least have 10%, but that's an artificial barrier. And then we will very rarely go over 30%, on the first lot, because generally we like to back, if something's working, I mean, there's always another opportunity around the corner or a COVID crisis around the corner or whatever. And we want to have dry powder to be able to back you in round. I mean, this is not Silicon Valley where you can kind of just round the next corner. There's more money we can throw in series this and series that. Here, if you're in, you're flipping in. So if Quicket goes through COVID, then Knife needs to back them, or if Data Profit has an opportunity, then Knife needs to back them to the maximum we can. And doesn't help us to be already at 40% shareholding, because then that doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
So we would normally be between 10 as the minimum and 30-ish as the maximum, definitely in the kind of first round. But our sweet spot would be around 20. I think that's what we normally like to kind of go and have as a first investment, around 20%.
And VCs generally, not generally, they will very rarely go into a majority shareholding. So it's always a significant minority, because you want to feel that you've got certain rights, and certain board seats and those type of things are naturally set at a limit of 10 or 15%. You know, so generally your shareholder agreements would say, I mean, you can say what you want, but it will say anyone who has more than 10% or 15% can have a board seat. And you don't want to carve out special rights, except if it is KNF or knife, you know what I'm saying? So you want to kind of just, so if we don't follow, at some point our shareholding dilutes, and if we do become a 4% shareholder, then we must not just tag along and not have any rights.
Yeah, and I'm going to squeeze one last question in, because you've made up time, Kit, thank you, and we will make up time in the next break. So question from Oliver, it would be great just to spend a little bit of time talking employee equity. You know, so there was a chat earlier on in the chat, there was this discussion, how much do you give to employees, etc. So just some thoughts on employee equity. And how do you know, if you get it right, it's powerful. If you get it wrong, it's a disaster.
We've got some strong thoughts on that, so which we will go share in detail, and some templates with you guys in the program. But what you don't want to do is give your employees actual equity shares.
You don't want anybody to have 0.3% of real equity. Because this 0.3% shareholder needs to kind of go and at the end then sign your critical documents, and you need to kind of go and chase them for any kind of approval, and you really don't want this, because when there's a lot of resolutions at the end that require all shareholders to kind of go and sign this, and you don't want this. The ideal, if you want to do an ESOP, I think a 5 to 10% ESOP kind of allocation, I think is a good way to kind of go and start. But, and then that you break down then in how you want to, like how much you want to give each individual or something like this. So that's why it can come to the 0.2 and 0.3% to one individual, but we would not go and advise to give real equity.
Yeah, it needs to be very well structured. So you can maybe, and we can help you with that as well. But for now, just think about phantom shares or shadow equity. Just Google those things. So what it basically just means is, it looks and smells and acts like if there's an exit, they will get their percentage of, or whatever, but it's not an actual share certificate. I mean, some employees will argue, well, I don't feel like I own it, because and you just need to explain them through it, because it creates much less issues to have but 5 to 10% to answer your question.
Yeah. And
we as investors are very in favor of that. Remember, if a well-designed ESOP scheme adds more value than it gives away. So it's not as if you now only have 90% left of your business. It must be designed so that the guys only get shares to when they perform, and when the business performs, and all the rest of it. So it's a win-win. But very much in favor. You need to look after your key employees.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kit and Andrea. I'm going to just share one slide on the make side of sales. So we again, as Kit said, taking the money in on the one side with finding money, and then finding customers, and then, but how do you make the deal? You know, the one thing that we hear the darn most from all the businesses that we work with always is, but our drop-off rates are so high, and our customers don't commit the way they should have been committing. And I really just have this one question. And just give me a thumbs up if everybody can you see my screen okay? Anybody can just go on camera and
we can see your Skype
screen. Thank you. So really what we're going to be working with you on the program, but these are throughout the customer journey. There are touch points where we eventually get to the point where the sale is made or not. And very often we find new business, we want to pitch for it, we want to go and ensure that we get partners on board that we can go and pitch with, or however we structure the deals, that really isn't as important as what happens next. And you know, the numbers that are always thrown about, and we've seen it very, very much so. We're currently working with one of the businesses tech provider that so it's B2B tech, and literally what we're finding is that of every 10 that go into the pipe, the first 7 just go out immediately in the stages between awareness and initial consideration. So that is literally, and that's why I want you to please answer that poll. Do you understand very clearly how to drive awareness with your customers and what they want to buy? Do you understand what it is, how you have to talk to them, where you have to talk to them? Or do you believe, like I very often do when I try and sell something, that they will come? Well, they certainly won't. So that's the first thing, awareness. Do you understand how to drive awareness? And we'll be working a lot with that during the program. And then the very next one, let's assume they do bite, and let's assume you reach them in a way that they did read, whether that is B2B through a trade fair, which we know that we all have our ideas on, or whether that is literally through a LinkedIn post creating awareness, or literally it was at a networking event. So once they feel like they're interested, the very next interaction that you have with that potential client then makes another percentage drop if you don't do it right. So any interaction, it could be as remember the previous slide we spoke about everybody's selling. It could literally be they try and get hold of you, you're in a meeting and you can't respond, and somebody else is taking the call for you, or somebody else is fielding the email for you. This between awareness and initial consideration is the biggest drop off that we find from the leads going into the pipe to getting down the pipe. And then the engagement part of it, your first engagement, let's assume that you do get through that initial consideration and you got through. That's the other question. It could be initial consideration through a channel partner. Are your channel partners completely on top of what your product looks like? Do they sell as if it's their own, or is it just one of many and there really isn't any incentive in any way? So really, once you get through that, the engagement then is the next place. And interestingly enough, by the time you get to evaluation, your chances are getting much less, of course, from a percentage point of view, to lose the sale as much as it is in the first 3 steps. And that's just the point I want to make on this particular piece of this slide, is that we often think that we lose the deal when we are up in the shortlist for the last 3 to pitch and we didn't get it and whatever. And then I do it. Please tell me why I did not get this work, and I want to improve and do the proposal better the next time. But that's the reality. The reality is that it is just a case of we lose so many of our very hot leads in the first 3 stages, that by the time it comes to evaluation, the moment of purchase and the actual usage thereafter. So really want you to go think about that as you're considering market access on the program that we will be taking you through. How much of it do you lose in those first 3 stages? Hand on heart, because we all just running and very often very frivolous on that. So I'm hoping that that gives you something to think about in terms of making the sale. And then it's interesting. So the polls saying that how are you doing on market access generally? There are 3 that are saying really well, and that's awesome. And we'll definitely do some best practice sharing in the sessions that we will have. And then the majority of us are saying, you know, it's touch and go, and so please consider those steps as part of it when you think why it's working or why it's not working. We're going to go into a next break now. Our break is a 5-minute bio break. So please, if there are any other questions, make sure that you can you get them through. Thank you so much. See you in 5. Okay, let's get ready to get back. So Keith and Andrea, just heads up. We'll start in a minute.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, you guys ready?
Perfect. Good to go, Keith.
I present to you the amazing Andrea.
Well, what can I do after this introduction? Okay, everybody, I hope you had a bit of a kind of break. So now this next section, grow, is really the one area that I'm most passionate about. And to be honest, it applies whether you actually have funding, want funding, or whether you just want to grow your business. Because there are some fundamental things about growing your business. And
Hi, you've come to the voicemail of...
sorry?
Sorry, Mikey, can you put your...
Sorry.
I think somebody's unmuted.
Yeah, it's Mikey. Thanks,
Sorry.
Mikey.
Sorry.
No worries. Over to you, Andrea.
Sure. So the one thing about what's wrong somehow with our industry is so there's this big press article around, wow, company XYZ got funding. And then there is potentially 5-6 years later, the next big article that says, and the company had an exit. And in between those years of hard work, the years that come in between, it's like don't get any attention because everybody kind of thinks, well, that's the boring part. However, this is the so critical part of actually growing your business. And there are so many things that really can go wrong. But on the other hand, if you can get the building blocks right, this is how you can kind of go and engineer growth. And for me, it is just something that I feel not enough attention is being kind of paid to. So if you kind of go and look at businesses, and we see this all the time. I mean, you go and you spend all this time with due diligence, trying to kind of go and get excited about the business, and then reality hits. And I think that is the one thing about entrepreneurs. You've got this great idea, you want to kind of go and start with a lot of enthusiasm. You get into, I'll start my business. You might give up a well-paid job. You do all of this. You start, and then the kind of day-to-day routine kind of hits you, and all those little snags like this. It's like this uphill battle of, I mean, whatever, 5 steps forward, 3 steps back, and all the things. And to kind of go and remain enthusiastic, because there is not one business that I know that where things have always just gone perfectly. I can tell you there are some amazing success stories here in our industry, and I know of those businesses that, like, people who are like at the moment top 5, 6, 7 in the world, and I know that at some stage they were like 30 days away from running out of money. So the journey has always been a tough one. And it's a journey that I don't think we share enough, because everybody always just wants to be successful and great. And we don't talk enough about this, all those kind of steps that you need to kind of go and take until you get successful. Even when you are successful, when the outside perceives you to be successful, it is this constant refining of your business model, making sure that you've got a team that's motivated, make sure that the business model stays relevant, that your products stay relevant. It is a constant grind. It's a constant how to kind of go and stay on top. And it is those entrepreneurs who can, once the initial enthusiasm has kind of waned and now it's about really running a business, can kind of go and maintain this passion and start continuing and persevere. That's really what it's quite often all about. And yeah, for me, this is just some of those stories that are not told enough and that we should actually go and emphasize. So this is, of course, also as an investor, you get very, very excited about doing the deal. And they get very, very excited about doing the exit. And again, not many people, not many investors talk openly enough about the ups and downs in this grow journey. And I think that is just one of the things that we want to encourage all of you to kind of go and start sharing, because we know that all of you are going through those ups and downs. And I think it's fantastic when you know that you have a group of people around you that will absolutely accept when you say, you know what, it's not going well, I'm struggling. And if you get the right support network and if you get the right investors in, then this is actually what it's all about. It's about sharing the journey. I mean, we have one philosophy where we say that bad news travels as fast as good news. Any entrepreneur who always just tells us about things are great, things are fantastic, we know that they're actually withholding information from us because it's not true. There are those there are those things. Your key employee has resigned, or you've just lost a major client, or the product just kind of didn't work. And it is about the realities of actually coping with it that actually decides whether you are a great entrepreneur or whether you're not. So that's just a little bit as an intro. But now let's actually go into this.
Share the thing here. Go.
Okay, so we've spent the first half now on really talking about the find and the make. So now there is this day. So yesterday you've signed all the documents, you've got now money that's kind of in your bank account, and now a new kind of world hits you, because now the constraints that you had previously, particularly the monetary constraints, are lifted. They are gone. You now have an additional entity in your business somehow involved. This is this new investor who has certain expectations, and you need to kind of go and figure out how to kind of go and do this. But hopefully this kind of new investor brings kind of also kind of things like additional skills, or it allows you to bring in new skills into the business because you can now hire, brings different expertise, experience, networks. You now have money. So I think you now really need to go and think about, okay, without the constraints that I previously had, what is realistically my plan moving forward? But you also need to really understand, and hopefully you've done that homework before and you have very realistic expectations. This new entity in your business, this new investor who now has a certain amount of say, what kind of investor is this? And as investors, you can be various things. You can actually be a handbrake. There are some investors who, because they've now put money into you, they become very risk averse. And they're always just telling you, be careful, be careful. So they become a bit of a handbrake. And you need to kind of know that, and you need to be happy with that. That's the investor that you kind of chose to kind of go and accept. So it's one of those. Then you've got those who are accelerators. They are saying, okay, I've invested in you and now you go. And you go faster and faster, higher, grow, do whatever. And to be honest, you sometimes can go too fast. So it's not always just a good thing to kind of go and do. Then you've got those who really kind of go and say, let's do it together. So they're the enablers. How can I help? How can we do things? How can we go from A to B? And actually then you've got those who are where you are just simply a reporting line. You know what? I've given you money. Send me your quarterly financials as long as they're kind of in line. I don't get involved. I don't care. Just, it's your business. Just go and do it. And I mean, I have, of course, my personal opinion, but as long as you know what you're getting into and you have made kind of, and that's exactly in line with what your expectations are, that's all fine. But just make sure that there is no mismatch between what you expected and what you're going to get. Because if you get the wrong thing, it can have terrible, terrible effect on your business. So just kind of really kind of be careful and be mindful of that. Okay, so now engineering growth. We strongly believe that while you can't kind of go and predict a COVID, absolutely, and while you can't kind of go and guarantee that your business is going to go and become the next global success story, there are certain things that you can do to make sure that if you tick those boxes, you can engineer growth. You have the right kind of baseline there to actually go and be successful to some extent. Now, if you really think about this, nowadays with all the tools that are available, it's actually easier than ever to actually start a business, to kind of go and start up to do this. But building a company, it's just as hard as it's ever been. Develop a product, develop something like this, well, yeah, that's just something. But this business building, those business building skills will always kind of go and they will be required, and you need to be really, really good at it. And that is where it's complex, because there's not just one skill that's required. It is actually a whole set of things, and not one person is good enough to go and do it all. Another big thing to kind of go and keep in mind when you go and start thinking about your business, and we'll speak about it a little bit later on, but when you kind of go and build a business, understand what is your end game, what you want to kind of go and do. Do you want to kind of go and build a business that your children are going to go and inherit, and you want to kind of go and hand over? That means that you have to kind of go and build a sustainable, long-lasting, solid business. Do you want to kind of go and build something where you can see, well, I can get it to point B, but then somebody else is going to go and take it forward, and you want to kind of go and exit? Well, it requires other things. If you want to kind of go and exit it, or even if you want to kind of go and hand it over to your children, you need to kind of go and understand, well, what are the key drivers that I need to kind of go and do to make this as successful as possible? And for example, when it comes to, and we normally use it as, again, from a VC point of view, from an exit point of view, understand that when you are planning to sell your business and somebody wants to go and take it, they are not going to go and buy your business because they want your business. They want to achieve something else. So they either are interested in your revenue, or they're interested in your market share, in your customer base, or the access to market that you've got, your various sales channels, potentially your profits, your IP, your team. And you need to kind of go and understand this, because your whole strategy moving forward, what are the kind of key areas that you are going to go and start really strengthening, depend on what you think you want to kind of go and what matters most to your business. So if you want to make sure that your children actually can kind of go and take over your business, and this becomes a long-lasting, multi-generation family business, you definitely want a solid business that is profitable, has a stable kind of market share, stable customer base, so you know that this business is kind of solid. If you kind of believe that you've got cutting-edge technology, and at some stage somebody is going to go and buy you just because of your technology, well, then you have to make sure that your IP is well protected, and that you constantly stay cutting edge around technology. If you have the best skills in the market and you think an acqui-hire is something that can happen to you, make sure that those employees are well looked after, and kind of, so there the ESOP might then actually be a little bit more, because you really want to make sure that your key employees are not going to go and leave. So I mean, so you need to understand now what your future end plan is going to look like, because it absolutely affects and impacts your growth strategy. Another big and very, very important issue is, quite often we speak to entrepreneurs and they tell us, well, we are the first ones. We've got this first mover advantage. But I mean, I think we all know, I mean, the first mover advantage, I mean, doesn't just go to the first company that launches. It goes to the first company that scales. And honestly, I think that is one of the things, and we all know that as South African businesses, we also have certain disadvantages simply because of our geographical kind of limitations. But I think South Africans can come up with the most amazing new products, ideas, but the scaling of it. This is where quite often people in the US and so on are just simply better. And we need to kind of go and understand that it's not just enough to kind of go and have this kind of product. It is about the business that we build around it that really enables us to kind of go and scale. So it's absolutely critical in this kind of growth journey. And what is really required for this to make this scale kind of happen, the kind of magic that you need is, I mean, first of all, of course, you need to have a great product and service. You really need to have something that is special, that is unique, that is differentiated. But if there is no large enough market that you can kind of go and take it into, you've got a problem. And if you can't execute, you can't go, and if you are not able to go and take advantage of all of this potential and put it all together, then you will struggle to kind of go and live up to the potential that your product actually has. And we quite often find that entrepreneurs come and they have an amazing product. Quite often we actually really find things that are first mover, but they stay in South Africa, so therefore the large addressable market is not there, or they try to kind of go international with too little money or with not having the right kind of processes in place, and therefore they're not able to kind of go and execute. They just can't kind of, the opportunities are there, but they can't really kind of go and realize them. So you need this magic in the middle. You need to have all of it. And if you can kind of go and get this right, then you can absolutely kind of go and engineer growth. And this is what we are trying with Grindstones and as investors or portfolio companies. This is where our focus is. In our due diligence, we have made sure that there's a great product and service. In our due diligence, we have made sure that there's a large enough addressable market. And we believe that the people have the ability to execute. And we then kind of go and really help them and support them to get all of those kind of things together to go and do it. And it's absolutely, absolutely critical. I mean, if you really think about it, why do startups fail? If you think about companies around you that either have really failed or never lived up to their full potential. And now please ignore something like COVID now. I always use this stupid example of you're somebody who's kind of baking muffins. I mean, if you are the best muffin baker, if you have the most tasty, fantastic kind of muffins, if you fail because your muffins are actually bad, to be very honest, you deserve to fail. So most startups, they don't really fail because their product is not good. They fail because some of the other kind of issues around this is actually out of proportion. And sometimes you actually can have too much of something and you can have too little of something. And you really need to make sure that those things are in balance. Like, for example, you can actually have too many customers. You can have too many customers. You can't kind of go and cope with handling them. They all get frustrated and all kind of go and say, you know what, forget it. You actually haven't been able to go and deliver the service. So sometimes you can have too few, then of course you run out of money and you don't, or you can have too many. Your product, you need to always make sure that your product is really aligned with what the market needs are. You can have too many staff members and you can have too few, or you can have the wrong composition of staff members, which is, to be honest, quite often, particularly in tech, very tech heavy kind of businesses, where you have 95% of tech and hardly any kind of finance, marketing, kind of salespeople. So again, there is disproportion. Your business model might just not really be scalable, or you need to make it work. You need too much of a number. You need too much kind of traction. And until then, you just simply run out of money because you can't get there fast enough. And funding, I mean, to be very honest, you can actually have too much funding. We have seen companies who raised too much money too quickly and started spending out of proportion to where they really were as part of the business. And there are some interesting things around. Immediately then the money went into hiring far more people and the business just couldn't kind of go and cope with it. So quite often startups really fail because of this because everything is kind of out of proportion. And it's one of the things that you as the owner, as the managers, need to be very, very mindful of. And as investors, that's actually one of our kind of oversight functions. Try to make sure that things are really kind of, that things are balanced and in the right kind of proportions. So what are the kind of key things that you need to make sure that you can tick off? And if you can really put a tick next to all of those, you are actually in the right kind of place. And if you have gaps in it, then these are the things that you need to kind of go and address. I mean, we'll get to some of the other kind of gaps later, but first of all, confirm your end game. This exit-centric business building that I spoke about, this understanding what should your business look like in whatever, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or whenever you believe your exit is going to go and happen. You need to kind of go and understand this, because this is a strategy that you need to kind of go and start driving towards. Your business model. You need to have a scalable business model. That means that you really need to kind of go and be able to go and maintain or improve your profit margins while the sales volume kind of increases. You need to make sure that it doesn't mean is that for everything that you sell more, you need to also go and hire more people to kind of go and service this. So you need to kind of go and get this kind of scalability right. If you get that formula right, well, then you're on the right track. But fine-tuning this business model is something that is absolutely key. Your target market. It is very interesting to see how many entrepreneurs are not really able to go and size their target market because they don't go and really understand who their end kind of customer is. What I mean by that is, I always use this example as, so there are, a few years ago, there was this whole thing about, well, so somebody has got let's say, a mobile app. And when you ask them about their target market, they would kind of go and say, well, we've got 52 million people in South Africa, and out of this, whatever the age, X% have got a mobile phone, so therefore this is my whole target market. Well, at the end, we all know that's not true, because then it comes down to, is it now an iPhone? Is it this? Is it that? Then it's like, is it something that people have to go and pay for? Is it, and you're kind of going to narrow it down. So if you made your whole predictions on, well, I've got a target market of 52 million, and if everybody gives me R1 per month, then this is how much I can kind of go and do. And at the end, you find out that your real target market is actually only, whatever, 200,000 people. Well, then you're never ever going to go and make money out of this. And we have had so many businesses who came up, particularly in the B2C space, with misjudging, not just misjudging, but miscalculating the size of their actual target. How many people can really go and afford what you have to offer? And how many people of those, of course, would actually be willing to kind of go and spend the money? Because there's always a difference between nice to have and need to have. And you really need to kind of go and spend quite a bit of time validating this and doing this. The network effect. It is so important to go and understand that you are not working in isolation. Who are the key relationships that you should, who are the potential partners? The one thing that we want to be as Grindstone is one of those kind of key relationships, because you need enablers who introduce you to somebody else, who can kind of go and bring different input, who can bring different insights. They kind of go in connection. The network effect, those entrepreneurs who can actually really embrace the network effect and can be a valuable player in it, because network, of course, means that you can't just kind of go and take. You also have to kind of go and give, and can understand how to kind of go and use this. It can be such an accelerator, and it can be so powerful, but you need to pay attention to it, and actually it becomes a very strategic tool. And it's something that we are going to spend quite a bit of time on, because we believe it is a very underutilized strategic tools for many entrepreneurs. Build traction, and I've got a slide for this just now, but whatever you do, it's not just good enough to have it on paper. You need to kind of go and build constant traction and increase those traction kind of verticals and show momentum to yourself, and of course also to external parties, because that actually gives you the credibility that is required. Be prepared. We are all busy. And I don't think we spend enough time sitting back and planning and making sure that we are prepared for eventualities. So we just kind of wing it. We are just, so a request comes in and then we kind of go and start trying to kind of do it. And we don't, and I think it is very important that once in a while we kind of go and sit back and say, okay, what do we need? What are the kind of scaling ingredients? What kind of processes do we have to be in place? What kind of documents should we have on hand all the time? What does it take to be prepared that when opportunities come, we can actually act immediately, and we can act in a way that we don't go and later on kind of go and regret because, oops, we didn't think about this, or we forgot about this. So give yourself some time, allow yourself some time once in a while to really go and sit back and say, so am I prepared for those key events that could kind of going on? And yes, nobody could have been prepared for COVID, absolutely. But like if a big customer approaches me, if I lose a big customer, if this happens, just once in a while do the scenario planning. And again, if you have good partners, if you have good investors, and at Grindstone, we want to kind of go and ask you those questions. Are you prepared? And then we'll figure out if you're not, what you can do to actually go and do this. Corporate governance is absolutely critical. It is one of those hate words for most entrepreneurs because it sounds so boring and it sounds so not important. Do I really need this policy? Do I really now need to get my VAT certificate? Do I really need to kind of go and apply for all those things? Like I have more important things to do because I need to kind of go and get revenue in. Well, sure, but I can tell you that corporate governance can sometimes be the difference between actually making it or not making it, and can be such a valuable tool and differentiator. And we'll talk about that later on, but it's really something I can just kind of tell you. If you want to scale your business, you unfortunately need to pay attention to corporate governance. You cannot scale without this. And funding requirements, if you can scale without funding, please do so. Because I mean, you give away a chunk of your business just for that. But sometimes there is this window of opportunity. Sometimes you have to kind of go and decide, well, I can go slow without funding, or I can take this window of opportunity now and act now. But for this, I need funding. And I think you need to just kind of go and be mindful of this and understand whether it is the right thing for you to do. But not every business needs funding to kind of go and scale. Absolutely, absolutely not. Traction verticals. Kier, do you want to come in on traction verticals? He's always better at doing that.
Not really. It's more just momentum going that way, upwards, hopefully, and in time. So you will often, and I think it's kind of a valid criticism, because there is definitely a seed or post-seed funding gap in South Africa. So what people often say to the venture capitalists is saying, well, if you look at everyone's mandates, it's basically proven traction. So we can invest in innovative businesses with proven traction. And most of you guys that have ever been rejected by a VC funder would have had somewhere in that email, you know, we find the business exciting and stuff, but come back to us when you have more traction. So how does one build traction and real traction, and how can you also a little bit fake it until you make it? So on the one hand, there's different traction verticals, and we will go through that very much into the program, and how to increase some of them or all of them simultaneously, so that when people say, so talk me through your traction, you kind of have a very clear answer around what you are: marketing, awards, revenue, drivers, IP building, and product development, and so forth. So just quickly, people usually think of traction, and it usually is a combination of all the other traction verticals, as revenue. So last year you had 500,000 Rand revenue. This year you had R1 million. So it means your revenue has doubled. Good traction. Now you're going to project 2 million, 10 million, 30 million. So then one can start believing that, because it's almost like the little bit of probability has been proven in terms of execution and all that. But then also, people often say to us, listen, yeah, and we ask you, but talk me through your product. They say, well, we're kind of an MVP stage, and we're launching our new version soon, and I'd rather kind of have a 6-step. I mean, and again, you can Google these things or just make it up, is to say, look, our product development process has got 6 steps. Step 1 is, market or thought process, ideation. Step 2 is validation. Step 3 is prototype. Step 4 is, customer feedback. Step whatever. And a better answer is to say, no, interestingly, we've got 3 products of which one of them is already in market and 2 of them are in step 4 of our 6-step process, and we're just validating the final one and then we're launching. So it just sounds that there is, it's a little bit along the curve versus like, well, we only have 1 product in the market and we're still working on some others. In terms of marketing and PR, one has to be careful here because interestingly, old Stephen Tim from Venture Burn has left. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I saw that, yes.
So, so it is not necessarily sometimes, maybe good for clickbait, and one must be careful. So, yeah, how does one kind of get the press releases? It's better to have something out there than not, because obviously for client awareness, but it's not always good when one has perpetual, this is the top 10 prop tech startup and this is the next startup to watch and next thing they announce this, and you kind of say, okay, well, that's great, but we're not seeing the PR, but I mean the momentum kind of coming through the PR 3 years later telling the same story. But one has to have a targeted strategy, and it doesn't have to cost you any money. A press release is basically just a Word document that says press release at the top, and then you blast it into, everyone's hungry for content. If it's well written and there's an interesting story to tell, entrepreneurs, at least preaching to the converted, they are the future and the stories are more positive, especially in a down economy where there's chaos like now. And so it's not actually that difficult getting that out there. But just in terms of which pictures you use, what content you use, how do you do it? I mean, and these things you can hack.
Yeah, coming in here, I just thought that specifically the relationship with the company, sharing the sort of highlights and those types of things, specifically for us to kind of leverage off that, I think it's quite an important part, that you don't know what you don't know unless it's been shared to you by the people you're working with.
Yeah, exactly. And also, it's a very important point, because remember, we do have some clout. I mean, in some of the media circles, we have a few Twitter followers, we have those type of things. And if a lot of the times these things can be manufactured by saying a WhatsApp to Kiet saying, listen, this is what we are doing, or can you put this into the ether or retweet this or that, just work with us, because at the end of the day, Grindstone is your brand now as well, so at the end, from to use, to put on slides, to make it your own, or to use us lot to amplify your messages. So just remember what Will said there. Like, we're not always watching the press to see what's going on, but send us any press release or anything like that. We will put it into our network, which maybe listen sometimes a little bit harder than just something coming on from the beginning. So in terms of sort of your information and your IP and all that kind of stuff as well, a lot of companies say, well, I don't really have any IP, which is total nonsense. So if I sit with each of you guys for 45 minutes, we will have an IP schedule. I mean, so you've got a business name, right? Yes. You've got a logo. Yes. You've got maybe some know-how. You've got staff that knows a few things. You've got a client list. So there's all of these things is actually IP, and intellectual property and information needs to be protected, but it's not necessarily patents registered or trademarks done. I mean, if we have Knife Capital trademarked, but if we didn't, and another business calls itself Knife Capital, we have common law and we can kind of go and sue them and say, listen, this is a well-known brand, or it's just easier to have it, but it's still our IP. It doesn't take away whether we now have a little piece of paper from Sipsy saying this is your IP. So just remember that, and that builds value, because to be quite honest, we are in the information age. You guys are, for most part, innovation or tech businesses. And if you are getting to a due diligence, or at least an exit due diligence, you need a thud factor, meaning you need a few documents that can thud onto the desk when the IP lawyers come down from Luxembourg of your massive international exit. Don't let your IP folder be empty. And it's very cheap and easy to kind of just put this stuff, and even if you don't register anything. Funding rounds create momentum. Also be careful there, but it is good. I mean, if you are funded by a Michael Jordan, or you are funded by a reputable VC, It tells someone out there that someone has crawled through the business and found it to be good enough to part with money. And if it's a credible funder, and there are definitely some not credible funders out there, then you know, that is kind of momentum, you know, and one has to sort of use that little tool. Key relationships, networking, that's what it's all about. And then also customer leads and all that in terms of your qualified leads, marketing, who's on your client list. It does help to build traction by having your proverbial brag logo slide on there. So that's all of that together. Traction.
Okay, good. So I've already kind of elaborated on this before, but really, most companies don't fail because they're not good at what they're doing. Using this muffin baker example. So you hardly ever find a company failing because they're not good at baking muffins. And if you fail because of baking muffins, you know what, to be honest, you should. They're failing because they're not good at one part of what they're doing. There's this one other kind of area. There's this, and that is, it's this kind of domino effect. And if you really kind of go and just think about it and think about why did companies around you really kind of go and fail, then it also tells you what you really need to go and pay attention to. So let's start with marketing. You can have the best product in the world. If nobody knows about it, you're just not going to build it and they will come is a myth. It's not going to go and happen. So being good at really taking your business into the open and making sure that your customer base, your target buyer, the persona that's supposed to kind of go and buy your product or service really knows about you, is aware of you, is absolutely critical. And we find with particularly kind of technical heavy kind of companies that what they do is they send like a technical message out into the universe and kind of saying, well, we've got all those features and so on, but they don't understand who they're really kind of talking to, and they just don't go and get enough visibility. So often we kind of go and get this pitch deck and we see really something very, very interesting. And then you go and you do a bit of research, and sure, they have a website, but it's very, very technical. It doesn't really kind of articulate the value proposition kind of good enough. And if you do some kind of search, other than when you really type in the name of the company, they don't come up. There's nothing kind of else. And there's also quite often a perception out there that marketing is very, very expensive. It's not. There are so many things that you can do nowadays to really go and make sure that there is that your name is out there. And if there's one thing that, I mean, we are playing quite a bit of emphasis on, I mean, as investors, but also in Grindstone, is by trying to kind of go and workshop with you the various ways to make sure that you get your name out into the market without having a big marketing budget. It is really just, there's some key ingredients of doing this, but if you don't do this, you are just the best product that nobody ever kind of knows. Well, and then, of course, the next point from marketing is sales. Nothing happens until somebody sells something. You can go and do whatever you want, but at the end, it's about kind of convincing customers to kind of go and give you money. And this is, of course, where, particularly from go-to-market strategy, we are going to go and spend a lot of time on in trying to figure out, again, who is your target customer? How do we kind of go and get to them? And how do we make it as easy as possible for them to kind of go and procure your good or kind of services? And it comes to, do you have the right kind of pricing? Do you articulate the what's in it for the customer well enough? Do you make sure that whoever is the person that at the end has to kind of go and sign off your kind of order, that you make it as easy as possible for them to get through their internal kind of approval channels and so on? Sales also at the end is actually, or it should be at some stage, it should be a formula. You should kind of go and know that you need to go and contact 100 clients. Out of 100 clients, there is 10 that take a meeting. Out of 10 that take a meeting, you'll at the end convince 5 of them or 3 of them or whatever, and it normally takes 6 months. Because one thing that we find is and it takes, of course, some time until you get this formula kind of right. But once you've got this formula, you know how to scale, which comes back to this whole scaling part. Because then if you know 100 phone calls gives me 2 kind of deals and it takes 6 months, then 200 phone calls is going to go and give you 4. And you also need to understand that if you, from a financial point of view, or from a management point of view, you need to kind of go and understand, when do I need more people? Do I have enough revenue coming in? If I don't have enough revenue, what are my kind of plans? So at some stage, sales needs to become predictable. The worst thing that you can do to, I mean, A, to yourself, because it's a critical business tool, but also to an investor, is to kind of go and show a pipeline and give a budget and then constantly miss it, because you actually don't have this, you can't predict it. You're not able to kind of go and manage this kind of whole sales process. So in a perfect world, you one day get to a point that you understand the sales problem, you understand, you know exactly, this is my target customer, this is how I approach them, this is how long I approach them, and this is how I can kind of go and scale it. And then marketing and sales works perfectly together. And then you've got this kind of scalable model that you can then decide, I'm going to go into different geographies, I'm going to go into different verticals, and then you can start experimenting around. But the core basis of getting marketing and sales right is actually the key reasons why a lot of companies don't scale, because they don't get there. And this is why we are spending so much time on go-to-market strategy and really trying to kind of go and help in those areas, because without it, the rest all doesn't matter. Then finance. I once did, it's quite a few years ago, I was asked by an incubator who had about 100 companies based in this incubator. And they asked me to do a little bit of an audit and about what were the challenges of the various kind of startups and so on. So I went in there and I asked all the entrepreneurs if they knew how much money they had on their account. I mean, they didn't have to tell me how much it was. I just wanted to know, do you know how much money you've got in your account? And it was very interesting how few of them actually knew. And it's this whole thing about kind of financial control, understanding cash flow. And then ask them, and if you know how much you've got today, do you know how much money you're going to have in your account next month? I mean, do you have an understanding of what kind of a cost, expenses, revenue is going to go and come in? And again, it was quite shocking to see this lack of financial control. So if there's one thing that we as investors, I think in 90% of all the deals that we are doing, we find that the financial controls in the business are inadequate. And one of the first kind of conditions or milestones that the companies have to kind of go and tick off is to go and appoint a proper financial manager. And I know that some businesses are small and they don't actually need maybe a full-time financial manager, but I'd rather have a very experienced financial manager coming in 1 day a week, but it's on the right kind of level, than having a low-level bookkeeper coming in 5 days a week and just to kind of go and pretend you've got somebody there kind of full-time. So the quality of your financial controls, which will then enable you to actually make the proper financial decisions, is absolutely, absolutely key. And it's something that, so many, particularly early stage companies are just underestimating. I mean, here you've got the clever CEO who kind of says, no, I've got a good Excel spreadsheet and I go into my account every day, so it's all under control. Well, that might be good enough for the first few months of your business, but at some stage, but definitely when you start taking investor money in, it is absolutely no longer okay. The next big reason why companies fail, and what you need to kind of go and do to scale, is HR, people. At the end, it is, I mean, people are our greatest assets. And while this is one of those little phrases that everybody can go and use, it is actually absolutely key. If you hire purely based on cost, if you don't get the right kind of people in, particularly for key positions, it will be the stumbling block of your business. It might at the end actually kind of go and kill you. And we've seen this with so many of our portfolio companies where had a great product, hired a salesperson, but a salesperson who didn't, for example, kind of go and get credibility with the key target market and just couldn't kind of go and do it. Why? Because they kind of hired, of course, somebody that they thought they could afford. The issue is they couldn't afford that cheap person, meaning because at the end it was all a waste of kind of money. So the point is you need to go and hire the right kind of people. And if you think, well, that's nice because I just don't have the money, then think about other ways to attract those people. Because, and to be honest, your first fundraising is actually not getting an investor in. Your first fundraising is getting the right team to surround you, who will buy into your vision and are maybe prepared to kind of go and take a salary sacrifice for equity, for whatever, to kind of go and join you. You need to get this right team in, because without it, absolutely just doesn't work. And it's also something when you kind of go and look at it right in the beginning. Normally, you have, I mean, you have a certain core expertise, and you surround yourself with people who are very, very like-minded. When you start scaling, you need to explicitly go and get other skills in, other mindsets in, because that is required to kind of go and grow. So if you are very technical, you need to force yourself at some time to say, no, our next hire is going to be somebody with outside of our comfort zone, somebody who brings in a more commercial mindset or some kind of something else. And we need to kind of go and you need to kind of go and do this to really go and ensure that the people side of your business is absolutely solid. Intellectual property and technology, kind of, I spoke about this. If your business is kind of tech heavy, and if IP is critical, particularly as a potential kind of reason why somebody wants to do business with you, it is unfortunately something that you can never go and later. You constantly have to kind of go and invest in it. You constantly have to stay cutting edge. You need to kind of go and invest in R&D. So you need to make sure the way that you're going to go and protect this. So it's just something that never ends. So you need to kind of go and make sure that you have the right people in there and the right processes there. And you can't just go and sometimes say, I'm not going to go and allocate any money anymore into R&D because I want to allocate the money somewhere else. It is just creep. Governance, we spoke about, and well, people talk about how expensive it is to kind of go and tick all the governance kind of boxes and how time consuming it is. I can absolutely tell you it is far more expensive and far more time consuming if you are on the other side and you actually kind of go and need to kind of go and catch up, or you don't get a certain deal, or you are being caught on the wrong side. Actually, you haven't kind of ticked all the kind of governance boxes. So it is really, it requires discipline, and it requires also knowledge of what is actually required on the governance side. I mean, I know a lot of people say, well, lawyers are very, very expensive. I'm not going to go and get a legal contract done. I'll get some of my friends is going to give me a template, something that they had, and I'm just going to go and start using it. And I know everybody does that in the beginning, but it really is a bad idea, because when legal agreements become relevant is normally when things are going badly. And then you might be up against a big legal department of a corporate who have totally different resources than you've got. And you are going to go and I have seen businesses having to close down simply because there was no legal protection. They had done exactly this, and yeah, at the end they weren't protected, and that was just the end of it. So it's just one of those things where you really need to kind of go and I think if you want a scalable business, you need to do your homework right, and on the governance and legal side, it's absolutely critical. Leadership is always a touchy point because that's you. And you need to understand whether you are a startup entrepreneur or whether you're a scale-up entrepreneur. There are some people who are absolutely brilliant. They come up with most amazing ideas and actually can get it going. They can do it. But the moment this thing becomes into routine, into process, into management, some of them lose their passion at that stage, and others, that's just simply not them because they're not detailed oriented. They are the big visionary kind of thinkers, but it just, they lose focus. They just can't kind of go and do all of this. So first of all, you really need to understand what kind of leader you are. And then, to be honest, there's also not everybody is a leader. There are some people who are good managers, but not everybody is a leader. But an organization needs leadership. And particularly, they need leadership in tough times. They need someone when everybody else is running around in chaos and things are going badly. Somebody who stays calm and says, this is what we're going to go and do. You need to have integrity, and you need to lead by example. And within your team, you need to also go and find out. So if you're if you are a group of co-founders, who is that person? And sometimes you have to go and put ego aside and say, you know what, this is not me. I actually need to go and have somebody else take on this kind of leadership position. But an organization without leadership will not scale and cannot really kind of grow to its full potential. And it's one of those things where it's really not about titles. It's really not about, it's about what is best for the business. And it's just something that it's because it's so personal. It's a very, very difficult step sometimes for entrepreneurs. And we as investors quite often, for example, come in and we ask this question. There might come a time where you are no longer the right person. And are you prepared at that point of time to go and step aside and let somebody else kind of go and take the leadership role? And it's very easy to say, yeah, sure, when I will kind of go and do this. But we all know that this business is your baby. And to kind of go and be mindful that you have to do what's best for the business, and that might sometimes not be what is best for you. Well, it's a difficult kind of thing. But you also need to understand that when the business scales, you can't be the leader for everything. You need the next level of management. And that, to be honest, is where I find South Africa has sometimes got a problem, because we've got some amazing entrepreneurs. But for example, if you want to scale internationally, you might have to go and get onto a plane and start spending a lot of time kind of overseas. And if you have to kind of go and do firefighting all the time because your next leadership layer is actually not good enough, can't really kind of go and handle without it, you also have a problem. So you have to be the leader on top, but you really need to kind of go and nurture and enable the next level to be able to go and handle the business without you, so that you can allow yourself to go and step away and work on bigger strategic things, or to go into other geography and start doing this without fearing that underneath you everything is kind of going and falling apart. So it's also building this kind of enabling next level of leadership capability is absolutely key. And then lastly, we talked about the partner universe and the networking. And I think if there's one thing that hopefully Grindstone is going to go and bring you is access to relevant partners, that if you understand how to kind of go and become part of this network, and how to kind of go and use this as an enabler, or be an enabler to others, but also make this an enabler for yourself, is such a key kind of tool. And understand from a strategic point of view, who should be in your partner universe. And we get to partner universe just now, but who are the kind of key people you should know, because it is at the end about personal relationships that quite often enable things and make things kind of different. And the point is that if you really want to engineer growth, if you want to kind of go and scale your business, you need to be good at all of this. And not one individual can be just good at all of this. So you need to go and surround yourself with good people in the areas where you are weak. But if you can say that you are good at all of this, and then have a brilliant product in a differentiated, with a clear differentiator in a big enough market, you will grow. It is those who actually have a weakness in any of those. This is the domino that will bring you down. But you need to pay attention to it, because again, not all of this is within your comfort zone. For example, finance doesn't mean much to me. So my Achilles heel will always be finance. I love marketing, sales. I get the HR kind of side and the partner universe and the leadership. But finance and governance would be my two areas where I would kind of go and fall flat. And finance particularly because, I just don't pay attention to it. But if I run a business, I have to go and have a partner who is very strong in those areas. And then you can kind of go and do this. So you need to kind of go and look at your business and really kind of go and say, Can I tick all the boxes? And if I have a weakness, I need to address the weakness. Don't just go and focus on your strengths. Make sure that those weaknesses are kind of addressed, because otherwise this is going to be the one area where your business is going to be prevented from scaling. Okay, then the last thing around the last thing around, just quickly around the kind of growth part is, what are some of the warning signals that we as investors quite often find when it comes to our companies, and when we start getting nervous. So reporting deadlines. When our companies kind of go and start missing reporting deadlines, not once, but constantly, we know that there's something they don't want to kind of go and tell us. When we see that staff is leaving, and we're not just talking one, but quite a few, then we know the corporate culture, there's something around the culture that's going wrong. Another one, people coming late, whatever late in your business is. I mean, some businesses start at 8 o'clock in the morning, others, but when we feel that people don't want to come to work anymore, when they drag themselves into the office, when there is just this, again, has a culture, and then there is something wrong in this kind of business. Of course, key customers leaving, dependency on people is also a big one in terms of HR. So you've got one or two people, without them, the business will fall away. And sure, right in the beginning, it's always like this. But once you start scaling, one of the things that you have to do is to go and say, I cannot be dependent on any one person, including yourself as the kind of key management, as the founders. So you need to be able to say, well, if that person is that person either leaves or is for 2 months in hospital, the business can continue. And you really need to get, so, and if you're aware of it, and if you can do something about it, but people don't, it's a big warning signal. Repeating missing forecasts, and kind of repeatedly missing forecasts and other particular timelines, management losing its spark when you feel they're not in it anymore. Protection of non-performance for personal reasons. So you've got this one staff member, and it's very obvious the person is not good, it's not performing. But because it's your buddy, it's your friend, it's your cousin, it's your wife, it's your whatever kind of reason, that person gets away with it. Or the person gets away with it because you don't like having those hard discussions, and you rather kind of go and accept non-performance. It's such a bad thing, because it sends a signal to everybody else, and it's really something that that needs to be addressed. And we quite often find people to shy away from it, because right in the beginning they hired their friends, their family, and now they're not those right people anymore. How do you do this? Management not supporting the exit strategy that was once agreed with the investors. I mean, you can change your mind, but we have to continuously kind of go and talk about this and be aligned. Otherwise, there's a problem. Those little phone calls while you are, as an investor, while you're on the way to meet with someone, and they cancel again. So again, they don't want to kind of go and see you. And then the last one. So you've just given somebody a few million rand, and the next day you see there's corporate clothing, there is business class tickets, there are now all those feel-good guitar lessons and office climbing walls and everything. I think we all love a good coffee machine should be one of the first things you kind of go and buy for your office. But there's other things when you try to be too Google, too whatever, but you do it on investor expense. That's definitely one of those things where we as investors go and start saying, well, there might be a problem. So just a little bit of, some of the things that we sometimes kind of look for and try to be mindful of. Yeah, and I think that's it from a growth point of view.
Andrea, there's one question from Oren. Is technology referring to the process automation specifically? Can you elaborate on that kindly?
No, I mean, it's not. I mean, it depends absolutely what your kind of business is. When I talk about technology, and maybe, so you have a product or service. Now, I assume that so when we talk about technology, we are talking about the fact that whatever you have as a product has some underlying magic, which I kind of refer to as the kind of as the technology, or whatever the secret sauce is, or the key ingredient. And that one, you of course just need to go and stay and continuously keep innovating. If it is software, then it is, of course, the software code needs to continuously kind of develop. If it is a hardware, well, hardware kind of goes and moves and becomes whatever, smaller or better or whatever. So here I'm just, this is a general kind of phrase for the underlying product or software kind of ingredient, whatever it kind of is.
Fantastic. Thanks, Andrea. We have a couple of minutes here. Any other questions from the group that you want to pick Andrea's mind on, or Keart's? We're good. Cool. Keart, over to you.
Okay, should we jump straight into it, or should we take a little? Let's take a 2-minute break.
Absolutely, we can do that. So we can go to bio break. It is now 13:20 your side, so let's reconvene 13:25.
Yeah, the next section would be quick.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Come in, sir.
Hello.
We good, Geert? We can hear you well. We can see you as well.
Okay, cool.
Before we go into realize we have a
truck operation in the back of our office here. So if you hear something, that's us. Okay.
We have a question from Michael. Just before we go into the realize session. Not sure if anyone else is interested in this, but it would be interesting to know if every exit that the company be done a local exit, or is it always 10 times the exit to an international company?
I'll talk through it I'll work it into my presentation now.
Okay.
But the short answer is no. There's lots of local exits happening. We've done a few. We've exited the business to Fed Group. We've in the long past, it was actually our first little exit, and there's many of these happening, and that's actually the beauty of, I think, South Africa's robust stock exchange and the fact that most of the startups that we work with are B2B businesses. So yeah, there's the innovations happening in the banks and the Discovery Healths of the world and the Capitechs and the insurers. They're looking for insurtechs, and one must be, okay, well, I'll talk about it just now. There's one or two pitfalls that one must be careful for. One of our grindstone companies was TaxTim, and we helped them exit to MMI. So it was Grindstone 3, I think, or 2, can't remember.
Yeah.
And that was quite a lucrative exit. But there's a few things you need to watch out for, and I will touch on those. Okay, you guys good to go?
Yes.
Good to go.
Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit realize, and it's not always just to set the scene. You know, we obviously have a venture capital mindset, which basically means we need to take a business through a cycle to be able to get maximum upside. But actually, interestingly, we as a business are not structured with our funds to have to exit. So there's no drop dead ending of management fees or anything like that. So our funds actually could be evergreen should we choose to. But I think if you build interesting businesses, as we said, the difference between getting a constant dividend stream and having a financial valuation and having an uptick on a strategic sale is basically the difference between kind of being exit ready for when to pounce, and we'll touch on that now. So maybe I'll just go over to some of the slides. Again, be mindful of death by PowerPoint, and I'm not going to go through a million of them. So I just want to share screen here. Just let me know if it kind of works. Can you guys see that? All see? Good?
100.
Good.
Right. Perfect. Okay, so I think the first thing to say is Knife actually through the years have had a lot of flack for the thing we are the most proud of. And I think what we are very proud of is our track record in being able to take businesses in that final sort of milestone towards exit. And we'll touch on a few case studies a little bit later, but that's been, something we are focused on. And interestingly, people feel, and it's not just locally, but internationally, but specifically locally, that, if you think about exit, you're not patriotic, and founders that think about exiting their businesses are, not in it, and all those type of things. So there is, unfortunately, a few mistakes with that thinking, and that is that your main asset that you're building as an entrepreneur generally would be your business and maybe your house or whatever, and that needs to be sellable. It doesn't help that you paint yourself into a corner with this amazing business. Andrea had to give some very bad news to a very well-known brand of entrepreneur that you guys will all know. When this person, be careful what I say, tell the story, sort of wanted to say, listen, he's getting to the end of his journey, and his kids are not in the space, so they don't want to take over this business, and can we help them exit, you know? So it's not necessarily a technology business at all or anything like that. So it's not a startup world. It's just a very well-known business that you would think is very valuable, and it is very valuable, but it's not structured to actually, the brand and the IP and everything like that is in, oops, sorry, my glasses, in this guy's head. It isn't structured in a packageable solution and all the rest of it. So it doesn't mean it's not exitable. It just means it's exitable for much less value. So the sad news was to say, listen, there's probably about 3 to 5 years of real work in getting this into an asset of value that you can actually exit it for maximum, but it might also be too late. So that's what we're talking about. Exit readiness is not the same as exit, and I'll touch on it just now. We always explain it to entrepreneurs. It's basically getting your house ready for show house day. You know, so if someone rings the doorbell at my house now in Rondebosch today, and I'm sitting there with my glass of wine, and I say, listen, can I buy your house? I'm like, no, you know, I'm quite happy here, and all the rest of it. And but then, you know, they might say, but hang on, what if I give you X million? No, I'm not happy. What if I up that by another 5 million rand? What if I up that by another? There is a point where I'm saying to Melissa, listen, pack your bags, kids, grab your pajamas. We're out of here right now. But and that's the point, is to say interesting things happen to interesting businesses. And we've had through the years many entrepreneurs coming to cry on our shoulders saying, I can't believe that this has happened, but I've just got a term sheet from, you know, and it is local exits. It's not always a Rockstar international exit. In fact, maybe we should also just clear that up immediately, that Knife Capital and our whole grindstone methodology is not we're not in the game of building unicorns, you know. So we would love to invest in a unicorn. We would love to exit $1 billion business or whatever. But I think there is a little bit of this rush of blood to their head. If it's not $100 million exit, you know, you haven't, and it goes to the question around local exits. I mean, it is basically building a business with resources that is 10x or 5x or whatever. Nothing wrong with a $20 million exit or with a 300 million rand exit. Think about it. I mean, if you and your co-founder and maybe an investor that owns 20% of it, which put in 5 million or 10 million, and then you exit the business for 100, 200, 300, I mean, you still take, you know, 50, 100, 30, 20 million rand home, you know, and you're not at the end of your journey. You generally then help those businesses build. And that's what we're saying. It's just make sure you kind of get to a point where you can, at your option, repeat that cycle. And we think we're very good at that. We've got a lot to learn, but the reason why is because we seem to be sort of part of the only crowd that actually really think about that constantly, to say, okay, hang on, every decision that you make, whether it's the way you write your board minutes, or which will end up in a sell side data room, or the way you do IP, sometimes it's not actually because it's going to help you much. Sometimes it's because we're thinking exit data room and all of those things. And at some point it happens like this, you know, and exit is sometimes inbound interest. It's not just, there's two ways of doing it, but it's basically a liquidity event. It's not the end. Exit centric kind of is basically meaning just proactively manage that exit and get to a point where you actually create optimal value. You know, your business is always exitable for a price, but do you want a fix me upper, or do you want a business that is ready for show day? So in conclusion to that, when you go home later today and you think about all the stuff today, remember every journey ends. So one day will be my last day at Knife Capital. You know, I got headhunted last month.
Me too.
And it's a very enticing offer to head up something for Africa in terms of investment. And then I might say to Andrea, listen, I've got to have a meeting with you. Eben, listen, sorry, Will and Catherine, Grindstone was fun, but money. No, it won't happen like that. But it's car crash, COVID, to be morbid. But old age, my daughter wants to be the take over my shareholding, and she wants to kind of be a venture capitalist, maybe. Every journey ends. So finish big. So if you want to read actually a very interesting book, forget about Built to Last. That's quite you know, anything with Jim Collins, and you know, it's good is the enemy of great, or build something that lasts. You know, that talks for itself. But the methodology in finishing big is not often talked about. So yeah, as we said, your assets are generally built up in either a house, which is demakar, not that sellable, or something that's packaged. And as you know, anyone who's bought a house, you have to make a decision. Do I want a renovator's dream because I will get a bargain? I just need to fix this, mow the lawn a bit, break through this wall or whatever. Or do you want to pay $1 million or $2 million more to build a business, to get to the house where someone else has fixed it up and making the margin? Same with a business. Don't think we're creating magic here. This is just an asset. As passionate as you are about your asset, package the damn thing. And why would you package it for selling? Sometimes it's because of market access. So you could only really take the business that far, and then you need to partner with someone to take it further. You know, some businesses, and it also depends on jurisdictions where you can have access to money and throw more and more and more at it. Sometimes you can't. It's just basically the channels that a Visa or a Garmin or an Uber or whatever can do. Sometimes it's just a change in lifestyle, business life cycle. Some entrepreneurs are just very good at starting businesses and not really finishing them. If you think about a guy like Vinnie Lingham, those for you who know him, you know, we've invested in one of Clicks to Customers, was a business that he started. He started Yola, and he started Civic, and he exited, you know, a few of these businesses. But he's a good starter because he sees the trend. Very involved in Bitcoin at the beginning, but not necessarily then seeing it through. So some people are just very good at that, and then they want to kind of go to the next thing. And times change, you know, personal circumstances, etc. In South Africa, and this maybe goes to the question, we believe there's only really 2 exit options for you guys. The one is a trade sale to a strategic investor. And again, we're not, I mean, it's great if it's a NASDAQ listed brand and it is Garmin or whatever, but at the end of the day, it could also just be a good old business that no one's heard of locally. I mean, I saw yesterday some company bought 2 ICT businesses that I haven't even heard of for undisclosed amounts. I don't know if it was lucrative or not. But yeah, there's a lot of this happening. Remember that M&A, mergers and acquisitions, is the new R&D. So when you are the manager of innovation for any big corporate, whether it be Pick and Pay or whether it be, you know, we are generally trying to stay quite close to those innovation kind of managers, and they have to make choices. Is my middle management in Pick and Pay really going to be as well suited to innovate as a new startup in the technology of how to, I don't know, predict what customers want to buy before they get to the till? Not a chance. So if we can kind of make sure that we stay close to the startup world, we'd rather spend that 100 million rand that we would have spent on R&D, which may or may not have an outcome, to acquire the skill set or the technology or the distribution or the team or the whatever, you know. So trade sale to a strategic, and the other option is a sort of sell to a you know, kind of sell back to management. So basically saying that a VC buys into your business and we have a stake in it for a while. We help build the business. At some point, we either need to get to that point where we say, listen, we're going to try and sell it, roll it into another fund, you know, or what's happening. And sometimes the entrepreneurs are saying, listen, we're quite happy for a second phase of we going on to this direction, as happened with that FlightScope business. We had an offer for the business from a well-known European sports goods manufacturer that you all would know. And then the entrepreneurs are saying, and we were like, awesome, you know, X times money, let's go. And they were like, oh, you know, we're not so keen to sell actually, but if you are keen to sell, we are keen to buy your stake. Now that becomes more complicated because then you need to sort of leverage finance, because entrepreneurs obviously don't have that in their personal capacities, the balance sheets. But we facilitated that exit and we got our times money. It took 18 months just to get the cash flows and everything right. But yeah, so, but generally, and not to break the IPO bubble, but generally in South Africa, I mean, when last did you see an article about South African startup, another South African startup exits or lists on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and rings the bell there in Sandton? Not happening. So So yeah, I think you need to really think from the beginning, and that's just the most valuable thing which we actually can add to companies, is helping them with this thing called a partner universe, which is not a thing called partner universe, not rocket science, but no one does it. So at any point of time, we know exactly who is likely to acquire Quicket, Data Profit, Scouts, so Cradle. We analyze that market. We have some of the software tools and databases to know who's acquiring who worldwide. And we can see, Eventbrite bought a company in India now, and this is what they paid for it. And, interesting, they bought a business in Latin America. Interesting that they haven't bought any business in Africa yet. So Quicket, maybe we should make sure that you guys have a meeting in Silicon Valley, which happened, with the founders of Eventbrite, just to go tell them about what amazing stuff you are doing in Africa. And did you know about this thing called M-Pesa? And we integrated with them. And did you know Yoko? And we integrated there. And did you know Facebook? We already integrated and stuff. We're still small, but there's some stuff happening in Africa. And if you want some information, let us know. We're in the same industry. Hint, hint. If you want to flip and come to Africa, buy us and don't do it yourself. So that gamification of staying close to your potential acquirers, and you need to know why they might buy the company and the valuations for. And this is a very important thing. And you'll see at the end, we'll ask a question for you guys, and not to preempt Will's second last slide. We're asking that you guys must answer us five questions. What will you be selling? Like, why would someone buy your business? And it could be because I'm going to be lots of revenue. It could be because I have EBITDA, whatever. But generally, it's actually not to do, if you're an innovation business like all of you guys are, got almost nothing to do with your actual financials. That is just an indication of traction. It is basically because you have a footprint in Africa, or you have an amazing team. And this is kind of an acqui-hire, because people know that they can't go and headhunt Andrea.
They can. Everybody's got a price, but yeah.
Out of Knife Capital, they can. What they can do is they can offer us a hell of a number to buy Knife Capital and make us part of that business. And it depends who it is. It's like, sure, Rudolph at Sequoia, we will change our name from Knife Capital to Sequoia Africa for the right number and play that game, because people know that entrepreneurs are entrepreneurial and not necessarily going to fall for an employment agreement, but they might fall for a balance sheet kicker plus a career after that for 2 or 3 years, golden handcuffs, because then generally you're on your way to something new. Sales channel, technology, or it could be just because you have a real secret sauce. But you need to figure out what it is, and we'll help you do that. But we just actually want to know for now, what do you think it is about your business that if someone had to buy it, what would it be? Acquirers buy new lines of business, expanding customers base, reach, IP for new technologies, as I said. Yeah, just to, various ways, but mainly it's to new products, innovation, all that. And specifically now in the post-COVID world, to use the next normal as a cliche, there's going to be many more people sitting around a boardroom saying, oh shit, how do we become more efficient? How do we innovate? Oh, there's going to be someone saying, we're going to have to go into this vertical. And there's going to be someone else saying, but we don't have the skill set. And there's going to be someone else saying around that boardroom, let's find a startup. So you need to be known by these people, because the way this game works is somewhere in wherever, New York, sits a company and they say, make a strategic decision that we need to get into Africa, or we need to get into the marketing analytics technology space or whatever. And they will then say to their analysts, can you go and do some research and bring us the top 5 companies in that space, in the world or in Africa or whatever. And you need to come up on that list, because then they will target all 5 of them and have inbound interest. And then they will whittle it down to a short list and they'll buy one of them. So, we had a business called C-Sense, which we exited to General Electric. And we tried to negotiate a little bit with them, and we figured out how negotiations with someone like General Electric work. So they were a key client. They started white labeling our technology and all the rest of it. And then they came to us and said, listen, we actually want to acquire you guys, because we like what you do, and we can't actually afford this business at the arse end of Africa to go bust, because our clients actually needs this white label technology. So here's an offer. We will buy you for that number, which is a nice dollar number. And then we were obviously great. So that's the opening bid. Let's horse trade a little bit. Okay, so we decided that it's fantastic, but let's see if we can push up that number, and went back to them. And they were like, and said, listen, thank you very much. We flattered. However, we think that number, this is a more appropriate number, and you need to sharpen your pencil a bit. And they said, look, we hear what you're saying, but we have analyzed this space, and you are first on our list, because I think you guys have the upper hand. So we will buy you for that number. And if you say no, and you've got until Friday, until this letter expires, then we will just simply go to, and then they named the next competitor. They were like, okay, then we'll buy this company because their differentiators there, they're a bit stronger than you here, but weaker there. And if they say no, we will buy that one. And if they say no, we'll buy that one. But one of the following 8 companies we are buying, if you want it to be you, there's the number, let us know. So, people do their homework. So how do you kind of do this partner universe? This was the eventing, traction eventing partner universe when we invested in Quicket. You need to understand the value chain. Where do they fit in? You can see that there are enablers in the marketing side, ticketing side. It could be on the consumer side, marketplace. Yeah, also the ticket managers thing, is it project management? So where does it fit in, and who else is in that space? This is the strategic Lumascape when you look at sort of marketing analytics businesses, media, marketing, technology, e-commerce. And this was a few years back. But you can see everyone wants to exit to Google or whatever. At that stage, Yahoo was still much of a thing. But even if you go out of that circle and out of that circle and out of that circle, there you can see AT&T, you can see SAP, and there's just so many businesses that can acquire you that you need to know sort of who they could be and how they fit in, and analyze that. This is the sort of marketing technology landscape now. It's called the MarTech 5000, of the 5,000 businesses in marketing technology. So any of those little logos there can acquire you. And these things grow, and they grow through acquisition. So don't think exits are beyond your reach. These things really grow fast. In 2014, if you look at the bottom there were like 900, about 1,000 of them. Now there's 7,000, and it just basically go and increase and increase and increase. So I think from that perspective, you're on the right path. Okay, so a successful exit process, we'll go through this with you in the program. I'm not going to spend time on this today, but just there is a bit of a process in terms of how to make sure that, and we are sharing the slides, how to make sure you get there. But this is kind of what I wanted to get to. So as I said, on the one hand, there's going to be an acquirer on the right-hand side of the slide that basically sort of have this boardroom decision, that want inbound interest, that kind of give you an indicative valuation. Then they're going to put a term sheet over the table. There's going to be some form of exit due diligence, and then you're going to close the deal. What Grindstone is all about is helping you to be able to pounce if that had to happen. So on the one hand, partner universe. And you can do it yourself, but again, this is us holding hand and adding something to the pot. You need to, if someone is then very interested and say, hey, Knife Capital, in fact, we had this last week. I'm going to admit that, and I shouldn't, that do what we say and not do what we do. So last week we had a crowd that said, listen, we've actually analyzed the space in South Africa, and we want to put significant dollars behind Knife Capital as a fund. Can you send us your latest teaser doc in terms of are you raising a fund? Yes, we're always raising a fund. Great. We've got a board meeting. When was it? Today. Yeah. They've got a board meeting next week, Thursday. It was now Tuesday last week. And we tomorrow want to put a few of your slides in our board pack so that our board can make this decision. We're like, awesome. We'll send it to you momentarily. And then we spent the whole night basically doing a deernag, kind of designing and grabbing our old shit, So and it was amazing by the time we sent them on Wednesday. It's like, as promised yesterday, just have a look at what we've kind of have available at the moment, and blah, blah, blah. Don't be us. Be prepared. It wasn't that bad. We were half prepared, but we are certainly caught unaware at the speed of that. But we pulled it together. So understand your value. As we said, what are you selling? How much is it? What is your valuation? So that, there's a difference between knowing what your value is and then playing poker to try and actually up that value, but knowing that you're kind of half overplaying your hand with investors and pushing it versus being naive about it, you know. We have some entrepreneurs we really like, and we actually spent last month, I said to them, listen, we're not going to invest, but we really like you guys, and we've been watching you for a while. But just come in so we can actually explain to you exactly what is wrong with your valuation picture and your model and all the rest of it. Greg and Keert and Julian will sit with you guys for an hour and a half, because you are actually going to waste your time. No one is going to invest at this value. So let's just either take it off the market or maybe give you some tools to bullshit a bit better. Anyway, the data rooms, and then the legal closing, we'll show you some tricks there. We talked about valuation and pricing, but just remember there's a lot of tricks there. You know, there's things like earnouts where people say, look, I'll buy you for $100 million, but I'll give you $30 million now, and the other 70 million you will earn out. Back to the question of a local sale. This is where you guys must be careful, because, and again, I'm not taking a swipe at the insurance acquirers or the banking acquirers or whatever, but a lot of these fintech guys are actually partnering with startups to just to have optionality. So they just want to make sure that you don't, if you now brand X bank, you just want to make sure that this startup doesn't actually take this technology to the other 4 banks. Or if you're an insurance tech, that this tech is interesting enough to put a position in there for 10% or 20% or whatever. But it's actually not about that. It's about, well, shit, if this actually goes somewhere, I want to be in the prime position to acquire this technology. I just don't want this to go to another bank or another insurer. So A, and then B, they do the earnout thing to say, okay, well, listen, we're acquiring you for, let's call a number, 100 million rand, but we'll give you 20 now, and then the other 80, these targets that you said you were going to achieve, if you achieve X target and Y target, because we will open all our client base and our channels for you, so it's going to be kind of easily achievable. Remember, the moment you relinquish control, you relinquish control. You don't make those decisions anymore. The decisions are made in the boardroom, and it's very hard to earn. So just make sure if you ever have a strategic buying into you, that there's a bit of a out clause, like a put option or whatever, to buy them out, or call option. And then the other thing is to make sure that there's performance targets both ways. So when they say, listen, and it happened, we actually protected one of our grindstone companies with this, and we got them out of this particular situation because they came and said, listen, this was a failure. 18 months in, you guys haven't achieved X, Y, and Z, and we're not going to pay you your extra top up and so forth. And then they pulled out the contract and said, but you were supposed to introduce us by now to 50 of your clients. How many have you introduced us to? Oh, 8. Okay, so you haven't performed. And then the next clause said, you, Mr. Big Corporate, needed to do Y. So just make sure the performance clause goes both ways, because you don't control strategy anymore. Okay, so we'll talk about that later. Exits fail because of culture clash, mainly. And mainly because, there's an interesting article that was written by the peer-to-peer lending, what's the company called? Sean Emery's company.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Sean Emery's peer-to-peer business that he sold to ABSA was, come to me now, very much a corporate decision and to buy. But then the problem is you start competing as a startup with middle management. So innovation board is very excited about your strategy. The moment your disruptive technology enters big corporate, middle management starts snookering you, because their bonuses in terms of writing loans and all the rest of it, in this case, is affected by your disruptive, more interesting technology, and they're not helping you. So board has moved on, Mr. Promoter and Innovator, and you're stuck with middle management that's not that interested in executing. Yeah, so just we'll talk extensively about each case study in the program, but our most notable exits through the years was to General Electric. Fundamotor Visa was a $110 million exit, but again, not everything works like this, and a lot of luck also involved in these things. Must just acknowledge the role of that. Akubu straight out of Grindstone into Garmin. Luckily, we had a stake there. Flightscope back to management. Autotalk to Uber Eats. And we also have some failures.
Yeah, you were looking for Rainfin.
Rainfin, yeah, Rainfin. So Google the Rainfin Sean Emery article that Rainfin that Sean Emery wrote about the Rainfin thing. We maybe can post it on here for you if you want. But so, find, make, grow, realize. Not rocket science, it's a cycle. Investors need to know what they're looking for, appropriate diligence for the situation. Funding is just one element. Make sure that we add clients and market access. Again, this is the one learning from Grindstone, is to say the one real thing we're focusing on is connecting you guys with clients. And it does help. I mean, people can say what they want about the SASME fund, but it's funded by the 50 biggest corporates in South Africa. And we've got sort of indirect lines to all of them, and we hold them account to say, listen, we need this company to meet with the head of that company, or however it works. Yeah, a right effort at the right time. Entrepreneurs, make sure that you know who you pitch to, the de-risking thing, value creation. Success can be engineered, but it's not just focusing on one element. You know, as I said, this is more of a holistic approach that we can help with. And then, yeah, strategy or exits or those things don't just magically happen. You know, or they could magically happen, but they magically then happen for less of a valuation than it would have done if you were planned.
Yeah,
So,
just a,
yeah, there are a couple of questions. There are 5 questions that that we just want to very briefly take you through. I know we're running a little bit late, but can we just divide these as you want between you and Andrea? So the first one, what happens to your invested businesses or opportunities if a Sequoia type did buy Knife? Would they have to reapply, or would existing contracts carry on?
Well, in the unlikely event that this is going to happen, we would negotiate that then our portfolio companies are also then Sequoia funded portfolio companies. You know, they would come with most likely.
Yeah, look, I think it's a good question, but yeah, the contracts generally stay in place. I mean, I think it's more just, and these things happen all over the place, but yeah. I mean, in our business model, the only thing we really have the only really thing we have is our reputation. And one way to mess that reputation up in a local ecosystem like this is to double cross the entrepreneurs. You know, that word will go into the ecosystem as it has in some recent examples of VC funders. And I don't know, then your business model is screwed, you know, at the end of the day. But yeah, so
can I just weigh in there? It's Bob here. Yeah. It's a tremendous question, because obviously, you know, where we are in South Africa, and Africa is a very, very popular place at the moment, and Knife has really done this well, and people who want to get in and want to dominate in this area, they might say, cool, well, we want to buy someone who is in. But I think the best part about this is they would be buying us for our portfolio, for our pipeline, and quite often for the companies in that process already. So although you're right, it's unlikely, we cover it in terms of we'd be loyal to the businesses before we'd be loyal to someone else coming in to try and dominate the space without us.
Great.
We've already had this. I mean, and Kiet can tell you about it, but you know, the Knife Capital has been sold and bought and sold again, and works all the work all the way through has been entrepreneur focused.
Not to get too detailed, but remember, Knife Capital Pty Limited is actually just a services business. You know, we are employed as we have a fund management contract to a fund, so nothing changed in the legal structure there. It's just you have a fund manager and some more backers behind something. And this is maybe not the right example, but yeah, generally you've got more bang for buck if it's the right exit.
Thfantastic. The next one. This is one. Okay, well, you will take Will's one. So let me just take the next one. A quick question to Kiet. Why don't startups list? There must be a reason for it. It might be that they become too established as businesses and then we don't see them as startups, but they work. Can you share some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the ecosystem in South Africa is not, it's very expensive. So the JSE, even the Alt-X and the requirements of that is one thing. So the hoops you need to jump through is thing. Secondly, and I think this is the main reason, is the disclosures that you need to do. Remember,
every quarter you have to go and report everything, and it's not just the time. It's in that case, it's the compliance. It's the information that you have to kind of go and make publicly available that you really might not want your competitors to all know about. It's not to be underestimated.
Yeah. So startups, you know, are more patient, you know, like you're still burning capital, mostly you developing new things, whereas listed investors are more used to quarterly results. So one way to totally destroy your business model is to list, because then every quarter you're chasing quarterly results. Trust us on that one.
Yeah.
Then you almost then forced to turn almost yourself into a consulting business, because it's better to get money now so that you can post a good profit and it affects the share price and everyone and investors are quite happy, versus more patient approach towards growth. But I think in South Africa, other like AIM in London and other places have really perfected the model of lighter touch compliance and cheaper and faster ways to do it, to have capital. But we are not startup friendly as a there's new exchanges coming up, Zarex and this, that, and the other, which are definitely trying that model. And I think in time, I mean, you know, we can't be stuck as a dinosaur, so it will happen. But generally, my advice would be, if you're good enough to list, then rather list on AIM.
Yeah, fantastic. I've got one left, and then I'll hand over to Will, who's got one. Generally, there's a trade-off between a scale-up speed of growth and how quickly they become profitable. Has Knife's mindset towards this changed with the economic issues we have globally?
The issue is not so much profitability, it's more cash flow, and cash flow preservation. So we understand, and we normally don't invest in profitable businesses. There's a very, very few of them who are actually profitable. They are all kind of burning, and we understand this, and that's fine. I think the point is, if you have X amount of money, if you are lucky at the moment and you have X amount of money on your bank account, you need to make it last longer than previously. So I think what has changed in the last, since COVID at the moment, is our paying attention to cash burn and really making sure that you don't go and invest too much. That you actually, at the moment, it's about, you know,
Survival.
It's about staying alive, runway extension and getting through all of this, and then start accelerating again. So it's not about profitability. It is about cash flow.
Yeah, we've sort of taken the sweeping statement review that our companies are now 1 year behind. You know, so that if they can achieve the budget that we set for them last year, this year, then we would have taken them through, and then we'll have to, when the dust is settled, we'll make other plans in terms of how to catch up.
Yeah.
And they are catching up. And I think there was a question here on failures, which is good. Main reason for failures, generally what we find, is culture misalignment. Culture misalignment between the different shareholders investing in your business. They start fighting, or decision strategy starts getting influenced. Entrepreneurs get despondent, and that is not usually a direct result of running out of cash runway, because if everyone's aligned, and there's always money to be found, but it's usually actually misalignment there. And then the other reason is sort of misreading how difficult the market access is, again, to go back there. So you might do your target market analysis, want to go to the US, want to go to Europe, and naively sort of enter different competitive markets with an offering that doesn't solve a real problem in that market.
Yeah, so very true. Thank you, Kit. I think we've covered all the questions. Will, that was the question that was for you, right?
Yes, yeah.
Fantastic.
And one last question, just with the from Brett. Says SASME fund is great to have access to. How accessible are international investors for cohorts with a view on global growth?
Yeah, very accessible. So at the moment, the international, so the unpatriotic, or not patriotic, the view that makes me sad, or us sad at the moment, and Knife Capital is working on a solution for that, but maybe not to discuss now, is that South Africa has got good technologists, good entrepreneurs. I mean, just an example of the 30 of you guys on this thing is very inspiring for us to read through your businesses and think that we're going to partner with you over the next flipping ever. And the international VCs know it. So international funders are actually more increasingly partnering with locals to fund. If you look at actually the big funding rounds, I mean, we at the moment are, touch wood, closing a funding round with an international funder from Germany, and that. So there's definitely reason to, and people are looking. But what they kind of look for is a partnership with someone who can kick the tires locally. So they say, listen, we're sitting all the way in Germany, but we know that knife has happened, and it's very difficult if there's not a local anchor tenant, because then people sitting in Boston saying, shit, how do I actually help this entrepreneur? I mean, I can help her with market access there, but how do I kick the tires every month? So that is the broken link, which we have some plans for.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kiet. Okay.
Exit multiplier for a VC, 10x is the dream. 5x is our 5.5x is our average. But if you can get in South Africa 5 times money, but the IRR is more important, because there's times money. It's more just how long does it take to get there, and if a VC can get 30% return on per year compound CAGR, that's fine. So this basically means your business needs to grow at faster than 30% year on year. But remember, there is also that little multiplier at the end that could then turn a 4x into an 8x, Yeah. Okay, then I just want to, before Will takes over, and he'll talk, so I don't want to steal the thunder, but just to say, one of the things that we have in speaking to our past cohorts in Grindstone have really found as a bit of a gap is to say, look, it's great, all the mentorship, all the market access, all the things you guys are giving us. It's great that we are pipeline generative for Knife Capital, but right now we don't need 10 million Rand, we need 2 million Rand, or we just need a bit of bridging capital to get ourselves more valuable to then justify the valuations and all the rest of it for. So please don't tweet this or put it out there. No one knows this yet other than our team and now you guys, that we are launching Grindstone Ventures, which is a seed, well, post-seed pre-A, so not idea fund. So basically you guys are all target market, where we already have some funding commitments in there to be able to actually fund you guys through safe agreements and through normal commercial terms into Grindstone Ventures. So it's not, and we'll talk about it now, this is not a program where you join and you give equity away or anything like that. But should you need funding...
Well, there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee.
Yeah.
You still have to be a fundable business. So
yeah,
it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed funding, but there's some slush funds and more available for this need. So I think what we're going to do is invest in Grindstone companies and past cohort companies. And because they're already cultivated and due diligenced in a way because of all the stuff we do, it becomes a much faster route to partner with other seed funders and angels and all the rest of it. So we'll make a bit of a rah-rah at launch, but I think you guys should just know, just to know that's there. But as Andrea said, you still need to pass the investment committee thing, because I know sometimes these things get misheard and people are saying, but you said I'm going to get R1 million if I join. Still need to be awesome, and then you'll get it.
Yeah. Can we be clear on that? That's not R1 million guaranteed. I'm just stating that for the record. I'm being facetious.
You're awesome enough to take it, so don't stress.
Absolutely. Okay, well, over to you. Thank you, everyone, for hanging on. We're overrunning a little bit. Thank you so much.
Great. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Good. No Zoom call is without those few words. Oh, let's go back. Okay. Great. Thanks, guys. I'm going to go through these slides pretty quickly, but just to give you a bit more sense of the program. You would see also there is a wallpaper here. I have sent it to you, so you can utilize it, and I'll send a couple through for, this is kind of your virtual certificate. So congratulations. So yeah, just going through this. So just to conclude for the day, what's next? Growth is never by mere chance. It's the result of forces work together. I think, as you can imagine, this is a massive crash course. Our Find, Make, Grow, Realize has obviously been 7 years of expertise, and a lot of people have been WhatsApping me saying, listen, this is brilliant, thank you. So just as you can see, this is just a tidbit of what we share. And it's so important. I think the definitions of what an incubator is, what is an accelerator, and there's, like it says, there's a lot of these accelerator programs where it's a given that you'll give away equity for the program. So effectively, this is Grindstone plays, after that sort of accelerator phase, and that's why we've obviously positioned Grindstone as being a sort of growth engineering program where we look at scale-ups, and that's where we've never changed, but based on that. So it's quite important because obviously there's 2 million this on this slide very quickly, you know, there's over 2 million small and medium businesses in South Africa. That's more per capita than the USA. So it's not a problem with starting. It's actually the case of growing those SMEs, those startups to the next level. Our mission is to find these types of business and to scale them to reach the full potential. So Grindstone is a growth, we growth engineers. And as you mentioned, it's according to the knowledge, which is the programming, obviously the networks that we have access to, funding. Now kids sort of let the cat out the bag with obviously a post-seed fund, as well as market. So it's about market access. I think by far the most popular response when I went through every single application was actually markets. I think 20% of the 100, that whole 80-20 rule, was relating to markets. So it's important that we will help you sort of get those markets. You know, we are not an accelerator, we're not an incubator. I've touched on that in the previous slide. I think also just a little bit of a personal take on this is that I had a company that went through Grindstone 1. So it was probably the hardest thing going through each individual sort of application, because I obviously didn't want to make a mistake. And essentially that's why we went through sort of so many rounds of internal reviews. So getting into the top 30 is an achievement. So by all means, you know, congratulations. Also, just to give you excuse me if there are any noises in the background, as obviously I'm doing this from home, but this is the new normal. But so Grindstone is owned 50% by Knife Capital as well as Thinkroom. You know, obviously Knife is very much VC focused. Thinkroom is go-to-market and programming focused through Africa. So obviously we've got a very good mix. The other thing just to note is when we went to the Google for Startups event in the UK, all the global accelerator and incubator programs reached there. And our model is very unique, where we've got the SASME fund of funds as an investor, Knife Capital and Thinkroom, and now our own fund. Essentially, it's a kind of a never seen before model, but obviously we're very confident in it moving forward and scaling and being sustainable. We couldn't do this without our strategic partners. We've mentioned a lot of them, and you know, I think we obviously through the program you have access to obviously the SSME fund, the Deloitte Digital guys, and their space when we do have this in physical in the green room, as well as their mentors. They've allocated time per month in the different streams for whichever industry you're in, as well as Google for Startups. They run a founders lab, a growth lab, and we're going to obviously bring the guys out from London actually and the US for that event, and also Kenya. John's based in Kenya. This is us, the team. I think Grindstone as a program is also just to make sure that you have access to us. I think, you know, the amount of coffees that you have, essentially it was a case of, well, we can actually structure this in a structured program, and effectively that is why Grindstone exists to this day. And this is the analysis that I did of where you guys are now. So essentially, the average number of employees was 7.5. So collectively, the people in the top 30 basically employ 225 people. Average age of the business is 4 years. The average age of the founders is 36.9. The youngest being 23, the oldest being 49. So a nice spread there. From a revenue perspective, you know, less than 500, but 42. But then we got sort of a spread of obviously 23 from 1 to 3 and 24 over the 5 from 5 million plus. When we looked at where the gaps were, obviously access to local customers, like I mentioned, mentorship and support, access to skills, a lot of marketing, a lot of sales, a lot of sort of management as well was based on that. Obviously, split between black and white owned businesses, and then also very much around obviously 12 from fintech, 5 SaaS, 5 marketing tech, 3 health tech, 3 e-com. We had a VR, an IoT business, so very well spread across the board. So essentially, we're looking at obviously the founders and the stages of those businesses. But I think what's quite interesting, we've been very deliberate with regards how we've created the cohorts so that we work very well. And we can see in the chat, people are already starting to kind of say, hey, you know, here's a discount and so forth. So that's obviously encouraged. And I think that's obviously being part of Grindstone, you've got a sort of a support team based on that. So we want to basically harness the community through that process. Like Keith has mentioned, you know, we've got a track record of lots of businesses. I think I calculated that in our alumni, we've got over 100 businesses that have gone through our programming like this, the Find, Make, Grow, Realize. And obviously, we're going to be activating that community and that alumni a lot more. I think one of the pillars for Grindstone is that we're transparent. We're very much open to the growth and the impact that we have on the cohorts and the businesses. And ironically, this has resulted in inbound interest actually from the Google from Startups guys, where they said, listen, you know, we need to partner with an African accelerator hub. You guys, please join our sort of our partnership. So it's been good for us. When we do announce on the 22nd, you know, the top 10 companies per cohort, we will also announce the winner from Grindstone 5, the 3 companies that have actually grown the most based on revenue, also the jobs created, which is a very important measure for us, and obviously for the SSME fund, and also the increase in efficiency. I was looking, and one of the companies had an increase of efficiency revenue by employee of 650,000 Rand, which is massive. So, you know, that's obviously one business that we're looking at. So, yeah, increase in business fundamentals. And like I said, those are the top companies. This is all of you guys, you know, split left on the Cape Town, right, you know, split Joburg on the right, you know, so, and I think the whole purpose of this is that Grindstone, like Kit has mentioned, and Andrea, Catherine, is it's an, you know, once you've gone through the process, you actually get a stamp. So therefore, there's obviously inbound interest from other VCs, from other funders, obviously. So I think it's the way we're looking at this is we've done our due diligence, and obviously you're part of the alumni once you've gone through Grindstone. So it's quite important, almost like the Twitter tick. We've got our Grindstone tick relating to obviously your deal room, your valuation, making sure that you've got all your exit universe, which I'll touch on here. So
if I can just jump in, it's mainly just kind of a health check to know that, you know, as I said, that we have the valuations and the model and the decks and everything that we can be proud of, because again, not everyone, people get busy and all the rest of it, just so that we can do confident referrals. You know, I remember the earlier example that I said when I referred a company to 40i Capital, and they were quite keen to invest until a few things didn't add up, and then we looked like a little bit that we didn't have so it's more just that, you know, to just give you guys an extra little arrow in your quiver to basically say, look, we are checked and ready.
And just on your point there, it is a traction measure, you know, like we've seen many pitch decks with some of our companies with the Grindstone logo as part of the sort of traction metric. But again, also, like, in order to achieve this, you know, these 30 companies during COVID, it's taken a lot of hard work amongst the team. I mean, literally about hundreds of hours in it with regards calls, WhatsApp, you know, little 50-minute coffee chats. And obviously, over the next 3 years, we're going to invest thousands of hours in creating this, because we're in this for the long game, based on, you know, 3 years plus, as we've shown that it is actually a long game, this process. So these are just some of the words of the sort of other companies that have come through, and things that I just pulled out. Like, for instance, we've got a cloud-based editing software that basically edited the Survivor Samoa series, you know, the series. There's an app there that can, you know, sort of detect cataracts as well as, you know, cancer. You know, we've got PV for poor. We've got CVs for cars, marketplace for professionals, edtech coding business, a fintech factory, a dev house. We've got a security cloud company, fintech for good. We've got a business that does VR stories for HR and for sales. One that recruits doctors for COVID. This is an interesting one, a company that can determine whether or not trends can, from social media, whether or not a retailer tweeting about chicken versus beef will basically increase in the sales of chicken or beef. Mental health, which is very important, automagical agents, neural marketing, smart soil, and it goes on and on. So I think just by showing this, there's a whole lot of innovation in South Africa. And we're very proud of obviously the engagement that we've had with you guys to date and hope to have moving forward. So why to join Grindstone and why not? I think this is so important because the one thing that having sort of done my research in this space, before joining the team, really quickly realized that Grindstone is an adult program. It's not a pitch competition. It really is a case of what you put in is what you get out. And it is give to get. So, why you should join, eager to learn as an entrepreneur. Your business is proven and ready to scale. You want to maximize the scale, profit, and impact of your business. You want to end up with an exit-ready, sustainable business. You want to be part of the country's top success stories. And I just got to move my little video here. And you are in for the long game. And then obviously why you should not. You don't want outside help or advice. You still need to create your product to prove your concept. You're satisfied with where your business is today. It's a lifestyle business. You need a pitching school. You don't like pushing boundaries. You expect things to be done for you. So I think that's pretty self-explanatory and why I sort of mentioned it is an adult program. What you will give and what you will get, I think this is very important from a commitment point of view. We estimate 80 hours over 7 months, monthly meetings with Grindstone coaches, 6-day-long workshops with thought leaders, ongoing networking, obviously undivided attention with a drive to learn and grow. That's what you give. And we'll help you with practical help in your business and an area required to scale. Dedicated attention to the areas where you think your business is the weakest. When I was interviewing the Grindstone 5 companies, the one thing that was the most relevant, and I've said this to a couple of you already, was that Grindstone feels like it's an MBA where your whole team can join, and then essentially it's really time away to work on your business. And while you're doing that, you find the latest things from the best people that you can apply into your business the next day. So from a pricing point of view, we've looked at the value of the program being over sort of 280, 300,000 Rand, which obviously with the input from our partners, the time, all of those things, which is the same price of an MBA school, a year program for one person. And you don't actually, you can increase the value of your business while you're doing that. So that was just quite an interesting analysis. I can actually share that research with you as well, which is also quite interesting. And that's excluding the sort of the go-to-market sales that you might generate. And then investment options, right, for Knife Capital or Grindstone to match others' offers for 24 months. What's quite interesting, we've learned through this program that as a result of companies coming off the back out of Grindstone, we're very much sort of around a gentleman agreement or regarding the value we've created, and essentially it's just we've kind of created value for the companies before and after. So we do ask for a right for that. Again, you get investment readiness that makes you likelier to receive investment as well. Understandably, some companies are at different stages. So by all means, we want to make sure that it's also basically custom for individuals as well. Access to market, so commitment to not overpromise. I think we've had cases where we've given a whole lot of intros and leads, but it's a case of following up on that. So again, you need to be ready for the work or the introductions that we make as well. So market growth readiness. I'm sure you. Kids, you said?
No worries. No worries. Sorry.
Cool. And then just contributions, you know, commitments to form part of the Grindstone network and, you know, contribute to NIFE where appropriate, KNF, the knowledge, network funding and markets, and then access to the Grindstone network, which you'll get. So that's, and then why what Grindstone offers is important. As we've already sort of touched on, it really boils down to business and investment readiness, the market exposure, and then obviously measurable outcomes, which is what people invest in and what adds value to business. This is the process. I'm just going to go through this. I know we're running out of over time by 10 minutes, but yeah, we've done the pre-selection. This is the top 30, and then like I mentioned, on the 22nd of July, we will have our announcement of the top 10 with some PR. And then also we'll then kickstart in early August. I've sent you guys the schedule, so you should have that. And then this post-selection, you know, we've got the one-day 7 group workshops. Again, depending on COVID, we are planning to have them in physically Joburg and Cape Town. But if COVID does kind of flare back up, we'll obviously go back to virtual. We like the people, the sort of the people connection, you know, keeping it fun, you know, and basically just building relationships like that. Also, this presentation will be shared, so you can go through this in your time. But yeah, we touch on strategy. We go into organization and culture. We then also touch on, you know, your sales, branding and marketing, technology, as well as finance, valuation, and funding. What I think is also quite unique, every year we look at the program and say, how can we make it better? Because as we know, with regards to knowledge, there's a whole lot of knowledge available out there, especially like Y Combinator School. There's a lot of content there, but essentially it is about the accountability to make sure that you implement the things that you've learned. And that's one thing that we've seen is very important. Yeah, legal and compliance. I think last year, the Webb Wenzel session, Keith mentioned that he had already spent 300,000 Rand on the content that was shared in that session. And then we had one-on-one sessions afterwards as well. So it was incredibly valuable to the companies that took up on that. This is, we're in a 3-year cycle. Grindstone itself, I'd say this is our sort of phase 3. Number 1 was when Andrea and Keith kind of birthed their baby, which was Grindstone all those years ago as part of an ecosystem development as well as deal flow for NIFE. Then Catherine came on board on the second sort of wave, and I've joined now. So we are on our own entrepreneurial journey, if you want to call it that. And I've had 13 years of entrepreneurial experience. So, you know, we're on a 3-year cycle. We're going to be running 6 cohorts within the next 3 years. This is obviously cohort 2. Cohort 1, which was Grindstone 5, was aligned with the SASME Fund and their support. But at the end of this, we want to actually accelerate and fund 7 businesses at least as a minimum off the back of this process. This is the schedule for Grindstone 6 and 7. We've got sort of having the session on a Tuesday, a day break, and then having the session on the Thursday for Johannesburg. So we've kind of sort of staggered it like that. And these are the metrics that we look at for growth metrics. What we've also said is that yeah, we look at that. We do, once we've done this, we'll send you guys a link to fill out a survey. But essentially, we want to just check company assessment scores, and we rank it out of 250 because we'll do a pre-assessment and then do a post-assessment. That's where we get our metrics. Data room completion rate. We need to make sure that on each of those sections, you've got 100% completion rate there. Some of you might already have that, which is great, but it's always good to have a second pass of it to make it better. Looking at revenue growth is important, making sure that it is a scalable post-revenue and growing business, and that we are making an impact. Then obviously a comprehensive partner universe document, incredibly important, you know, if you don't to have that. And then also completed company valuation, which is always a good exercise to have. Just touching on the point that Keith made relating to the Grindstone company, we want to make sure that we can ensure that each company that goes through the program has got the purple grindstone tick, if you want to call it that. Yeah, and then a complete company pitch pack, teaser doc, slide deck. And this is the story with regards, Akubu exactly went through this process and effectively had all the documents ready for Garmin, and that deal actually went through pretty quickly. So the more you can sort of do that, the more beneficial it is for you. Yeah, Grindstone Ventures launching. Kit mentioned that there's going to be two parts of that. There's a South African arm and a UK arm. Catherine can speak relating to the UK arm. She's actually in the UK at this moment with Bob. So that's another thing with Grindstone, having that partnership with Knife, but also Draper Game, which has an office in London.
Thanks, Will. I will be brief about this because we're out of time. Keert mentioned that we really, this is one of the greatest things that we've been able to get together. So loads of work have been going on behind the scenes, but why I just want to mention it particularly, and Bob, please jump in. For the UK specifically, this is going to be really the fund that we will set up here, or that we're in the process actually of setting up. Kit and I had a race. Who's going to register first, SA or UK? Hey, Kit, you won this morning. But the reality is that this will be funding for potential African businesses who would want to, in some form or fashion, set up in the UK. And we have, so we will be tackling it from both sides, from the international point of view as well as the South African point of view. And then obviously that is Africa as a whole, not just South Africa. So very exciting. Bob, I think maybe you just add on here, because you and I are the warriors on this side.
No worries, Catherine. I think it's just a shout out to the entrepreneurs. You and I have been through this journey. So I love Africa. I was born in Zim. I lived in South Africa my whole life, but I'm also a global citizen. Last year I was back in South Africa 17 times, so I'm not going anywhere, but it is a fact of the matter that international businesses and exits are more prevalent when you can show that you can scale internationally. You know, you guys have got tremendous ideas, tremendous opportunity to grow in South Africa first, and then if you have to grow internationally, I promise you want let's call it a safe pair of hands. That one from a UK point of view, just turning up here and trying to find a bank account, a lease, an opportunity to scale your business is a 6-month process. Catherine can tell you exactly that. But Catherine's been through it. The last 18 months registering with the entrepreneur programs over here, EIS funding, which is very, very similar to what 12J is in South Africa. If I could just say to you, we believe in thinking about the future, and the future is going to include a global analysis for your business. And if we can help you on that, that's why we're here. That's why we're part of Grindstone, and that's why we want to be able to invest in the businesses as you get ready to go global. So this is just one more step on that journey.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bob. Okay, cool. I think, yeah, cool.
I think this is the last slide. Yeah. So we'll be sending through this just on email, but just literally looking at responses by the 10th of July, just we got 5 simple questions really, but just to describe the purpose of your business. What is the single idea that defines the company? Reasons for existing, your key differentiator, what separates you from competitors, gives you a perceived advantage. Growth inhibitor, very important to understand exactly what's inhibiting your business. Because the other thing is we want to make sure that we can actually assist you. It's pointless kind of coming onto a program and we can't do that. So I think that's quite a key thing as well. Also just what excites you. This doesn't necessarily have to be long, just short little paragraph for each of those, and then also, why would somebody buy you? I think it's just looking at how your thinking is from an exit perspective. So we've got sort of 8 days for that.
Sorry, Will, I just want to jump in. So the team is ready with that to send out that link after this call. So for everybody on the call, if you don't mind just getting that through as soon as you can, think about it a little bit. Of course, it's important information, but so that we can just get our work together in the next week.
Cool. Yeah, and then just very simply, sort of obviously get cape, wear cape and fly. I think, you know, as I've got a thing, it's just be awesome, you know, that's all you've got to do. And I think this is your quote, hey, Bob, the more you celebrate, the more you celebrate. And this is an example of nice, very technical and you know, way of measuring success, which is the champagne cork sort of infographic, which you can see at the office at Knife. But yeah, it's obviously been taking a big hit for 2020, so we've got to have a couple of celebrations as Grindstone to contribute to that champagne cork chainmail. But yeah.
No, sorry, Will. It looks better by now. I mean, this photo is a few weeks old. It does look a little bit better now. I'm just so 2020 has a few more now.
I think we're probably, a quarter of the way of 2019.
No, we're about halfway now because Andrea opened a few extra bottles on the 10th birthday.
I did. I definitely did. Yes. Yeah.
The important one are the yellow corks. I've noticed that, you know, especially with the glass taken off the neck, you know, then you know it's been a good year. Good. And that's it from us, guys. So thanks very much. We've gone over by 36 minutes. Thanks for being patient and literally, I know it's been a long day, but I hope you've seen value in this. So team, if there's anything that anyone else would like to contribute, we will finish off here.
I think we're good. It's a long game. And as we just said to the cohort 5, who we're wrapping up with now, our journey is now only starting with them. So for everybody that will go and answer the last 5 questions, just please bear that in mind. It is a very long game. It's the start of a relationship. It's not just a 6-month program and done and dusted with. So that's all I want to add. And we've seen that those businesses, we've seen it in our last cohort as well, who come in with that mindset of long game, just do phenomenally well in a different way to those who don't. So I encourage you all, please enjoy. Please get your applications back. Thanks, Will.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Enjoy the.
Thank you. It was great.
Thanks, guys.